So I'm a daily faster. I fast for about 22 hours most days, and I'm also an avid, albeit amateur, home gym guy, lifting weights most days and doing at least 30 minutes of hard cardio virtually every day. So when Athletic Greens and their AG1 formula entered my life, it was serendipitous. So what is Athletic Greens? Well, it's a powder you drop into a glass of water. Drinking a glass a day allows you to absorb AG1's fleet of 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, whole food source superfoods, probiotics, and adaptogens. And since you take it in water, it's readily absorbed into your eager body. So wait no more. Right now, it's time to reclaim your health and arm your immune system with convenient daily nutrition, especially heading into cold and flu season. It's just 1 scoop in a cup of water every day, that's it. No need for a million different pills and supplements to look out for your health. To make it easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D and 5 free travel packs of AG1 with your first purchase. All you have to do is visit athleticgreens.com/sacred. That's athleticgreens.com/SACRED. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/sacred to take ownership over your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutritional insurance. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 213. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm the man sitting in a chair in front of a microphone, wearing a gray sweatshirt and a black t-shirt. I'm half Italian and half Irish. So I have a white Mediterranean complexion, and some call me handsome. I think I look rather grotesque. Thank you for being here with me today. I'm also joined by my son, Chris Raygun. Chris, how are you today, my friend?
I'm well. I like those accessibility options that you added to the show.
Thank you.
It's very cool.
I just feel like I know that that's why they do that, but it's not working. It just comes off as too Orwellian and weird, right?
Like, it's off-putting. There's something like if a mannequin started speaking to you. I feel like that's how it would say. It's like, I'm very porcelain, just so you know.
Right.
It's like, okay, I understand. I'm scared. In fact,
my Italian complexion comes out in the summer, as you can see, because of the sun. Like, how much do you need to know? Yeah. And I'm 30. I'm 37. My pronouns are he and him.
My social security number is as follows.
It's nice, but it's a little much. So I wanted to, I got to poke a little fun at it. And anyway, Dustin Furman, executive producer. How are you, my friend?
I'm fantastic. I'm a 28-year-old weeb wearing an anime shirt, along with our co-host, Chris Raygun, who is also wearing just another anime or Japanese related clothing item. And this keeps coming up. I'm going to keep calling it out. Chris Raygun claims to be anti-weeb, but I think deep down there is a secret weeb within Chris Raygun. I mean, it's somewhere
Dragon
buried
Ball
in there.
Is that thing, right?
Yeah,
for a lot of people.
That is true.
Dragon Ball does kind of transcend. There was a time in high school where I watched a lot of it, and then I looked around at the people watching it with me, and I was like, I can't do this. I can't be one of these people. I can't be running with my arms behind me in high school.
Yeah, no, you can't do that.
And listen, I don't bring in the Naruto fandom into this. I don't want to claim them in any sense. We gotta, clean them out of here.
I remember when there was going to be the attack on Area 51. A huge component of that were the Naruto runners, as I understand.
Yes,
we're going to take an entire part of the battlefield.
It's just you have to acknowledge them. They're there. It's like Naruto is like the Charlottesville of anime, where it's like you have to acknowledge it happened, and you can't. You're not going to be able to, no matter how far removed you get. It's always going to be there.
Yeah, totally understand. Tiki torches and all. All right, my friends. Welcome to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, our weekly PlayStation podcast. It goes up each and every week, and you can get it 3 days early and ad-free on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. Chris is really having a moment. You all right?
I wasn't expecting that to come out of my mouth.
Yeah, it was good, though. That's good. Let him fly, my friend, as far as I'm concerned. Ostensibly, the show is about PlayStation, and we talk deeply about all the news, of course, and the games and this and that. Sacred Symbols Plus goes live twice each and every week over on Patreon. That's one of your big perks over there for supporting us. We just did one, or I did one about the collecting scene, Dustin did a call-in show recently. We had Gio Corsi on for an interview. We did a crossover with the Defining Duke podcast, our Xbox podcast. I had Noam Bloom on, the political commentator. We did something about Ukraine, about Russia, about Final Fantasy XIV, about Ashfall and NFTs and gaming and all of the rest. Many more coming up. I have one I am really fucking excited about. I'm not going to say who it's with because I assume most people actually wouldn't know it anyway, but it's a big guy in the strategy guide space, and I am so amped to talk about strategy guides with someone that loves them just as much as I do, like old strategy guides. So we're going to have some cool conversations upcoming on there. I got to get back on the horn and do some more call-ins and mailbags. I know people like those and they miss them. And of course, we dive deep into games when they come out, but there's just not many games out right now. I think Stray, is that next? That's going up?
That's correct. It's already recorded in the bag for tomorrow if you're listening on Friday.
Right. Excellent. Okay. And of course, merch, laststandmedia.store. Get your shirts over there, your stickers, free shipping domestically on stickers, which you should take advantage of. And what else? Is there anything else? I don't think so. I don't think there's anything else really relevant to say right now. Oh, no. I did want to ask, iTunes. If you listen on iTunes or on Discord, I'm sorry, not Discord, on Spotify or any of these other places, and there's an opportunity to give us like a review star, and it's not putting you out too much, please do that.
Yeah.
Because it helps us find new audiences, and it's actually quite relevant. I don't like to ask too much for that kind of stuff. I try not to be too needy, but I do need you to do that for me. Thank you. Okay. My friends, let's get into some things that we have to discuss before we get into some news, and we'll get into some games we're playing, and we'll get into some of the bigger pieces of items that we need to get through this week. Let's start with Surf the Void. Remember, you can write into us on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. Use the weekly thread that goes live. I should be clear about that. I always, if people DM me their questions, I tell them to go to the thread, but you can just help yourself by going to the thread immediately, being pithy, well-written, timely, all of the rest. Surf the Void says, hey, shitterbeds. Tagging onto the grammar gripes alliteration last week. Yeah, that is alliteration. Very nice. My big annoyance is when people say, call in the calvary, or here comes the calvary. It makes me have a fucking Calvary every time. It's cavalry. I beg, be well, my friends. This is true, but I do think that there is that inflection that we have in American English where some people are saying cavalry, some people are saying cavalry, but it kind of just all blurs together. But wasn't Calvary where Jesus was crucified? Like Calvary, Calvary? That was where Jesus was crucified, I think. So that word does mean something. So when people are saying that, they say, call in the Calvary, they're talking about a piece of the Middle East where the Romans killed a man. And I wanted you to say that. So I just wanted to, I understand what you're saying, Surf the Void. Thank you for writing in about that.
I don't think I've ever heard that in my life. Now I think about it. The Calvary?
Yeah, the Calvary. Like call in the cavalry. Cavalry.
No,
like,
yeah, I know it's cavalry.
Right. But you've never heard anyone say Calvary?
I know. It's kind of like if somebody were to say like, chivalry is dead. You know what I mean? Like, I can't even imagine.
Right.
I can't. If I've ever heard the word cavalry, I don't think I've ever heard it mispronounced, but maybe I've also been doing that auto-correcting in my head where I just don't notice it.
Yeah.
I feel like that's also very possible.
It's not a word that's used very often. I mean, who's really talking about the cavalry?
Yeah, exactly.
I guess in fucking cavalry. Here. The Civil War? Well, maybe soon. I don't know. Johnny Shoulder wrote in. Said, hello, chicken slitters. What is up with Colin's camera? Why does it keep falling down? Does it need more blue tack or G.I. Joes to hold it up, or is it a sneaky attempt to get us to view the infamous Moriarty dong? I blame Jim Ryan. Love the shows. Keep on slitting that chicken.
Infamous.
The Event Horizon.
Yeah, this has happened a few times on the show, and I've actually gone to the little clips because people have timestamped them. And you can actually see like my keyboard and my notepad and like a piece of my monitors. But the resolution's too low. You can't read anything. And I'm really grateful for that because while I tell you that I'm writing notes on my notepad the entire time, the only thing I'm writing down on this notepad while we record, racial slurs. That's it. So I'm glad that it's too blurry for you to be able to see it. But the reality is that I have a new camera. You can't really tell because it's still a 1080p camera, but it's just a better camera, but it's set up a little different. And so here's what happens is that I have just, you build like your muscle memory in your workspace or on your couch, wherever you are. And so I have this thing where you guys can tell I'm fidgety as fuck. Like I'm moving around all the time. I'm never comfortable, which shouldn't surprise anyone. So I'm constantly shifting around, doing this and that and the other thing. And another thing I do is I stretch my legs straight forward towards the walls in front of me. But there's a cord now for the camera that goes into that space. And so like 3 or 4 times I've just kicked the cord and then the camera salutes because I've knocked it loose. And that's really as simple as it is. So I've just got to build up a new muscle memory, and I'm sorry about that, but I am so grateful that you guys have not seen this extensive. I mean, I have 100 of these that I've written in, and it's literally all racial slurs.
Every single. That would be such a. I'll be real. That might concern me enough to maybe call someone about it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like maybe like we should like I would call Dustin and be like, should we like maybe I don't know, get someone involved to like maybe help him out a little bit, because that's like such a terrifying premise. If you walked into somebody's house and every handwritten note they had was just slurs for no reason. It's not even like new ones. It's just the same ones over and over again.
They have like a, on the fridge, you have like the, things to buy list that people have.
Yeah.
Racial slurs.
Jesus Christ.
And then they have the word magnets. Like I have the word magnets on my fridge. I love the word magnets, making you little words and all that, but they're all slurs.
What? I used those when I was at your house last. I left a little message.
Yeah, which one did you leave? Because I like that. People
remember.
Come to my house and they leave things, and I don't know exactly who wrote what. Sometimes if they're badly written, I put them back in the pile. I'm like, no, not good enough. Because you don't want to.
It was pretty vile. Whatever it was.
Yeah, most of them are. And what's funny is that they make some magnets that are kind of more slanted towards that, where it'll be like, they'll have words like dick, pussy, and shit like that. But yeah, I'm sure Locke's gonna cut that out somehow. Dick and pussy. But ours is just straight up, so you have to be like a little more clever about how you make it explicit. But you can do it, like with cucumbers and babies.
Oh man,
I'm out of control right now. I don't know what's going on with me. All right, Rob Kavazna wrote in, said, "Dear Sacred Swag Bros, a quick correction from last week's episode. Chris said that swagger was archaic, but I need to remind you that it was only 20 short months ago that we were experiencing the exaggerated swagger of a black teen and Marvel's Spider-Man Miles Morales. Thank you, Jordan Ramey of GameSpot, for that gem. I forgot about that.
That is true. Yeah. What was, do you remember at all what this was in reference to? Because I do not
Saints
remember
Row. The new Saints Row.
Yeah, you were making fun of the the way they market it.
Oh, okay. So it was. I was wondering. It's like, did I say swagger? It's like, no, swagger is kind of an evergreen term as far as I'm concerned. Like swagger is like, you're going to hear that forever. But swag, the abbreviation of swagger into swag is something that I have not heard in a very, very long time. Even in that article that is about the exaggerated swagger of a black teen. Like it's not, I don't know, there's something about swag that feels particularly early 2010s that is explicitly not 2020s English.
Yeah, I can understand that. I defer to you, Duke, because I don't even understand what anyone's saying anymore. Yeah, like how they do that people have the memes now with like the puffy curly hair in the front and like all the bussin' and all this kind of stuff. But then I've actually, I never really saw anyone like that. But then I've started seeing people like that are earnestly like that. I'm like, wow, I guess that really is. That's something. I'm totally out. I'm out.
It's an archetype of person for sure. Little popcorn chicken, KFC hair.
Yeah, where did that come from? Who did that? Is that Patrick Mahomes or something like that? That was the first to do that, maybe, or because he has the curly hair. He's half black, half white, so he's got like an interesting hair texture.
I feel like it's probably like I get a sense that it's probably one of those like One Direction type people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just kind of it's kind of the sense that I get. It's like that. I could see that spawning something like this.
Sure.
Who knows?
God, what are we even talking about? Sometimes I really just tune in on, because I have to pay attention to what the document and get things going as well, look things up. But every once in a while, I have this moment of clarity where I'm like, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah.
If
Sacred Symbols was a train, it would be on the track about 10% of the time.
I can't imagine. Sure. We are the biggest PlayStation podcast in the world, and like, we would probably be murdering all the other shows if we were just normal.
I don't know. I don't think so. I think this is what people are looking for.
All of this shit to get to anything. There's so much to get through before you can get to me saying anything useful. I have to get into that mode, Yeah,
you got to go back and forth.
I feel like I'm in rare form right now. I'm feeling really good right now.
Wow.
You know what I mean? I'm feeling like I'm in high spirits. I got my boys in their anime shirts.
Oh yeah.
I'm anime adjacent. I've already admitted it. You don't have to come at me. I said I'm already anime adjacent. Maybe that's what Chris is too.
We need allies. I don't know if Chris is one of them. He seems like
Allies. Good Lord.
An anime ally. That's Colin identifies as an anime ally.
An anime ally.
That's a shirt, man.
I'm adjacent.
That's a shirt.
Wow.
I'm adjacent. All right. But man, that exaggerated swagger of a black teen thing was so funny. That was so funny because it was so earnest. And I'm sure when they were writing the script, I've thought I've written some bangers in the past, so I've been there. And then it comes out and it's like, oh no. All right. Ian wrote in and said, "Hey punkheads, Dustin recently uploaded a video showing off his video game collection. It was a good watch and he's got some great stuff, but there was one specific aspect of this video that drove me nuts. Dustin, how the fuck do you not alphabetize your games? Chris and Colin, have you seen this video? There are hundreds of games thrown onto a shelf with no rhyme or reason, no method to the madness. At one point, Dustin, you say when you're looking for a game, you'll walk up to the shelf and hunt for it. Dude, just put them in order. Chris, Colin, talk to your boy and this nightmare. No collection deserves to be treated in such a way." Thank you, Ian, for writing in. I didn't see this video yet, so what is happening here? Please tell me.
So I take some umbrage with what Ian says, because he said no rhyme or reason, and that is clearly not true. There is they are organized by their system. So like all the PS4 games together, NES, PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, those are all together. And the truth is, part of the reason why they're not, there's two reasons why I don't alphabetize them, is that I just don't care. And I don't have that many games that it's like, oh, if I want to get Crash 4 for PlayStation 4, I can find it within 15 seconds or less. That's like the max end of trying to find something. And there's always, well, like right now with my collecting, when it comes to older stuff, there's constantly new stuff coming in. And I'm already having to rearrange my shelves. So to say there's no organization, I take a little bit of a problem with, but I don't know, maybe I should go and organize them a bit better. I don't know. I've never felt the need to do that. But
with games, I think here's the thing about this to me is that I would probably alphabetize them because all of the games look the same, right? So it's like a block of things with the same border. PS3 had a couple different ones, but generally speaking, you know what I'm saying? The games look the same and the same height, same make and all of that. And so alphabetizing them makes a lot of sense, but I'm thinking about my own books. Like I'm a physical books guy. I don't collect books, but I buy the books I read, and I have hundreds of them on my shelf here in my in another room in my loft upstairs. And they're not alphabetized. They're separated, but one side is fiction, one side is nonfiction. And then they're separated by like basically the sizes of the books. And that's it. Otherwise, that is just a hodgepodge. So I can see it both ways, but I think that works more for books because they're not the same. Like alphabetizing books, there would be like a big hardcover book and a small novella. But with the games, they're all the same. So I feel like he's kind of right. You know?
Here's the thing, Colin, though, is that part of the way my collection is organized is that you have all of the standard box PS4 games. Then all of the steel books are together. And then you've got some of those weird, not quite full-size special editions, but they've got a slightly larger box. Those are all together. So if you go and do them A through Z, do you mix in the slightly bigger boxes and then have to deal with this annoying mix match of different sizes? Do you do just the regular boxes and then re-alphabetize the other stuff separately? This is just where you start to think about that. And I'm like, I'm just fine the way I am. You know, I just don't need that level of organization. I like the way I have it organized, you know? So
do you want to be an agent of chaos? Because I have a suggestion if you do, which is that you could take all of your games and just put them on your shelves willy-nilly. NES game, PS3 game, loose DS cartridge slipped in there, Super Nintendo cartridge, Genesis in the box, cartridge in the box, Dreamcast game, you know, and so on and so forth, and really drive people nuts.
A Game Boy cartridge like slapped in the middle there, and it's like a centimeter.
Right, exactly. It's exactly right. That's exactly right. Just total chaos, no alphabetization, no order to any of it, you know. And there would be like infinite permutations of that. I think, in fact, the math would be like the greatest number of your games times the greatest number of your games -1 times the greatest number of your games -2, and so on and so forth. So you'd have an infinite number of permutations, and you can really fuck with people.
We could just take all the discs out of the box and then line up the discs just naked on the shelves like that. I think people would enjoy that the most.
Dude, I knew people in the late 90s and early 2000s, you know, with the music kind of books that we used to have with the CDs that would do that with their games. And I was like, you have got to be insane to do this with your games. And,
the little booklets?
Yeah, because you know how people would get their cars robbed and they would get all their CDs taken just in a book? I remember that happening to a few people I know. Imagine it happening with your games.
Yeah.
That frustrated the shit out of me. Oh my God.
The thing that I hate recently with collecting games is I think about it like we've talked about, or you talked about with the collector guy, that sometimes people threw away NES, Super Nintendo boxes because they were paper. And so you understand the manual getting thrown away, whatever. When you find box games that don't have the manual in them, like, where'd it go? What happened here? Like,
it went the other way. Like yeah, exactly. Like you should have the manual.
Yeah, exactly.
More than the box. But I agree because I was alive and buying games during the NES and SNES era. I have no fucking idea why people were throwing their boxes away. We were. I don't know. I don't think I know really almost anyone that kept the boxes. We kept the manuals, but not.
Well, for cartridge stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like Genesis, you kept them because that was the way they came. But for us, the first Nintendo console or hardware that came where you can kind of keep things in order was Game Boy, because they all came in those cases. The NES things came in sleeves, but it wasn't really until, let me think, N64 boxes were more robust, so you could keep them and slide them on your shelves. But it wasn't until GameCube and because even GBA had boxes with cartridges that I threw those boxes away.
Every single. Like, I remember getting like Game Boy and Game Boy Advance games and just I remember tearing the boxes open because they were just as far as I was concerned, it was just paper.
Right,
exactly. It was just paper in the way of my game. Like, fuck this.
Man.
Like, what
it makes me want to cringe just thinking about all of the destruction we wrought.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
God forbid we played with our things and had fun with them. And how dare you throw away the packaging?
Like, well, with cartridges, especially because like I always viewed as the games. With cartridge-based games specifically, it's like the game was the box anyway, kind of. Is kind of how I looked at it. Like when I look on my shelf and there's like NES cartridges, like alongside, you know, these PlayStation 2 games and you know, Xbox 360 games, it's like that doesn't look like I don't have the box.
Right.
You know, it looks appropriate on a shelf like that.
Yeah.
Dude, it's crazy. Those Pokemon Yellow. If you wouldn't have ripped open that box, like little Christopher held on to that box, $256.
I know.
For Pokemon Yellow, and that's a cheap one, I think.
But the thing is, like, would you sell that though? You know what I mean?
No,
like,
but I wish I had.
No, you wouldn't. So it's like a lot of the resale value stuff is kind of like redundant anyway, because it's like, oh, look at all this. Look at all the, I love collecting so much because look at all the value that I've accrued that I'm never going to separate from. So it doesn't matter anyway.
Right.
My kids are going to have a field day getting rid of all the shit that I've collected. They're going to forget me as my memory withers away into the dark recesses of their minds.
Yeah,
and all they have left of me is a shred of this Pokemon Yellow box that somehow stayed behind.
They put everything on Craigslist in one day and just sold it all off when you died.
And they buy a house.
I like the idea of not selling things that you know are valuable simply because the value has been confirmed. So holding on to it should just conceivably make it more valuable. The scarier thing is not knowing if you have something that's valuable. But what I'm realizing is that in games, it seems like almost anything has some intrinsic value as long as it's old and in some decent condition. Even sports games. Like I was talking to my friend, the toy dealer, and I think he said something to me like, even those old like throwaway Madden 2003, that's $1 game. It's like, okay, $1. Like, it's not totally worthless. Like that's 100 times, literally 100 times more than Funko Land was selling Mario Brothers on NES in the 90s, which was for a penny.
I will say there is a hard cutoff. It seems like with 360 PS3 generation stuff, because like we are about like 17 years removed from the beginning of that generation, something like that. Some insane.
Yeah, 2005 to
and that was around the time that I remember being. I mean, at that time, that was about how far away we were from, you know, SNES. And I remember going to Dragon's Den and seeing like these games for like expensive, like insane, like super expensive SNES games at around that time. Whereas you go to find Xbox 360 games now, and it's like, yeah, it's like fucking 3 cents or like whatever the fuck. Like nobody. It's interesting, like. Why those are, I guess there's like cartridge based stuff in there too that makes it a little bit more valuable, and discs aren't, I guess. But it's interesting.
Yeah, indeed. I will. I want to wait. I want to go back though. What's going on with these videos?
Yeah, I have some retro hunting videos up now on my channel that I've been doing just because I'm going out and doing it. And I was like, well, people make content out of this and I've seen some of it and some of it's bad. So I'm going to do my own and make it good. And so I have 3 videos out now. So if you want to check those out, they're on my YouTube channel.
Cool, man. That's fun. Yeah, I'm looking at your channel now. I'll subscribe. There you go.
Oh,
now we're subscribed on
thank you.
Last Stand Media. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by the award-winning banking app Chime, and you can learn more right now at chime.com/sacred. Being an adult is pretty awesome, but there are some things you need to monitor while you're literally doing anything you want. Family and loved ones, your job, and yes, indeed, your finances. It's here that many would-be responsible adults trip themselves up, because being thoughtful with money is vital. And this is where Chime and its suite of banking services come into play. See, with Chime, you can get a checking and savings account, a debit card, and similar basic banking services, and they're great for all of that. But one of the key subcategories of finance is credit, specifically managing your use of it and your all-important credit score. By using the secured Chime Credit Builder Visa credit card, you can make all of your typical purchases, and if you act responsibly and make your payments on time, you can work towards raising your credit score without annual fees or interest. Having good credit is essential. You cannot rent an apartment or lease or buy a car, nonetheless get a mortgage or secure a larger purchase later on down the road if you don't have a good credit score. And you won't have any credit score worth speaking of until you start responsibly using credit. As usual, you have all of the control. Be judicious and wise, and the benefits are obvious. So continue your credit journey with Chime. Signing up only takes 2 minutes, and it doesn't affect your credit score. Get started at chime.com/sacred. That's chime.com/sacred. Again, that's chime.com/sacred for Chime's suite of basic banking services, including checking and savings accounts, ATM access, a world-class app, and so much more. The Chime Credit Builder Visa credit card is issued by Stride Bank NA pursuant to a license from Visa USA. Chime checking account and $200 qualifying deposit required to apply for the secured Chime Credit Builder Visa credit card. Regular on-time payments can have a positive impact on your credit score. Impact to credit score may vary, and some users' scores may not improve. Athletic Greens is an excellent nutritional supplement you can take every day to feel great and be your best, and you can learn all you need to know about it at athleticgreens.com/sacred. So I'm a daily faster. I fast for about 22 hours most days, and I'm also an avid, albeit amateur, home gym guy, lifting weights most days and doing at least 30 minutes of hard cardio virtually every day. So when Athletic Greens and their AG1 formula entered my life, it was serendipitous. I started taking Athletic Greens because I was looking for something healthy and effective that would boost my energy for my early evening workouts, breaking my fast leading into and through the workout and then into dinner in a responsible and healthy way. For you, Athletic Greens can have a myriad of effects, including beefing up your immune system, providing better gut health, and so much more. So what is Athletic Greens? Well, it's a powder you drop into a glass of water. Drinking a glass a day allows you to absorb AG1's fleet of 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, whole food source superfoods, probiotics, and adaptogens. In other words, you don't need to take 20 pills, eat a kale and spinach salad, down it with some Greek yogurt, and so on, to net the health benefits of doing all of that. And since you take it in water, it's readily absorbed into your eager body. AG1 is simple to drink, it tastes good, and it's lifestyle friendly too, whether you're paleo or keto or even vegan. And each serving has less than a gram of sugar with, as they put it, no artificial anything. At less than $3 a day, it's also incredibly affordable, and people truly believe in the product. It currently totes more than 7,000 5-star reviews online. So wait no more. Right now, it's time to reclaim your health and arm your immune system with convenient daily nutrition, especially heading into cold and flu season. It's just 1 scoop in a cup of water every day, that's it. No need for a million different pills and supplements to look out for your health. To make it easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D and 5 free travel packs of AG1 with your first purchase. All you have to do is visit athleticgreens.com/sacred. That's athleticgreens.com/sacred. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/sacred to take ownership over your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutritional insurance. All right, guys, so I have something fun to tease here. The new Tomb Raider game is being developed. I think we might know that. I mean, I think that's somewhat obvious. I guess it would be a wonder who is necessarily doing it or if this project has been scrapped, considering Crystal Dynamics, Square Enix, and the deal with Embracer recently that sent Tomb Raider over there. However, We do know that a Tomb Raider game is in development because they've said it beforehand, and I think they confirmed it afterwards. But nonetheless, a source of mine in the industry leaked to me a script that is being read by actors and actresses for the various roles in what they are calling Project Jawbreaker, which is what the new Tomb Raider game is about the project. And this is from the script. Project Jawbreaker is an action-adventure game set in a modern-day world rocked by a mysterious cataclysm. Tone is grounded, but with fantastical elements, seeking naturalistic performances. So that's very important as well. However, this particular script is really reading for the role of Lara, and they're looking for a female in their mid-30s who's white, 5'6", athletic, in the prototype of Emily Blunt, Rosamund Pike, etc. And they're looking for an authentic British person, it says. No Americans speaking British English. And it says in part, Lara Croft is now at the top of her game. Gone are the days of the young, inexperienced woman dealing with matters of legacy and familial reckoning. Lara has let go of her childhood and fully embraced a life of adventure and purpose. Her legendary career has been lauded in print and tabloids, tall tales of adventure that have inspired a new generation of Tomb Raiders to seek their fortunes in the world. And with this new phase of her life, Lara fully accepted her place among the ruins. For many years, Lara plumbed the depths of forgotten places, played cat and mouse with many nefarious opponents, and worked to uncover, preserve, and protect the lost secrets of the world, lest they fall into the wrong hands. But as the years have passed, Lara has become lonely at the top. The beginning of this next chapter presents Lara with a quintessentially adult problem, facing something too big to handle alone. On this new adventure, Lara will encounter a challenge she can only overcome with a team at her side. Collaboration is foreign to her. She's always succeeded alone, so in this situation, she's a fish out of water. So they go on and blah, blah, blah. But the role, or at least the scene, there's two scenes in the script that was leaked to me that is going around. And one, Lara is with a character named Tanvi. The other is Lara with a character named Devendra. So here's what I want to do. Dustin and Chris are going to read the roles. Chris, you're going to be Lara. Dustin,
Yes.
You'll be Tanvi. And you will also be Devendra when that scene comes up. And I will read all the interstitial stuff and the settings. And this is exactly what is being read right now for the role of Lara Croft as they try to cast this game, presumably at Crystal Dynamics. I don't really know. I don't have a lot of details about the game other than that this is what's being read for it, and this is, I guess, what the game's about. And these could be scenes in the game. For all we know, they certainly sound video gamey when we get there. So let's do it. Exterior, depot. The Tomb Guardians lie defeated. Tanvi stares down at them, looking like a tiny piece of her is gone.
So this is what I inherit. Prisha was right. I shouldn't have come here.
She turns and begins walking back towards the entrance to the depot.
I'm going home.
Tanvi, wait!
Tanvi stops but doesn't turn around. A beat as Lara struggles to find the right words. Tanvi takes another step forward, then Lara speaks and stops her.
I know how you're feeling right now. I've been there. But trust me, when I say it's better to know the truth.
Lara takes a step forward toward Tanvi. I'm sorry.
You found your ancestors' video?
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Wait
They
a
have
minute.
pronunciation things here, so it's Vidya, I guess.
Okay. Now help me lock it away for good. Become Rasanya, Tanvi. It has to be you.
Tanvi turns around.
Why?
Because you understand what his knowledge means, how dangerous it is, better than anyone else, including me. I trust you to keep it safe.
She puts her hands gently on Tanvi's shoulders.
You can do this. You're stronger than anyone gives you credit for.
A beat as they look at each other. Tanvi finally gives a sad little smile and looks at her feet.
You're not so bad at this.
Tanvi looks up at the hole in the balcony leading to the chamber. A long beat as we see the inner turmoil on her face. She knows what needs to be done, but it hurts. She takes a deep breath to steel herself, then nods. She begins to walk past Lara to the Amrita Lotus. Proud of Tanvi, Lara follows after her. Interior gravity tomb. Lara shoots her grapple across a crevasse into a boulder and jams the other side into a wall. Devendra... so now you're going to play Devendra.
Yeah.
This is another character. Devendra shimmies his way across like a pro, but as he turns back to throw a victory smirk at Lara, he sees her zipline across the rope using her pickaxe, landing cleanly on the other side.
Show off.
You started it.
Lara and Devendra walk on, climbing over rubble stacked with seaweed ripped from the depths of the tomb rose from.
No sign of Lathan yet.
She won't be far behind us.
It'll be a fight if she catches up.
She's not getting her hands on the gravity driver. This one's mine.
Well, technically, it's mine.
I never agreed to that.
Suddenly, Lara whips her head around to stare into the dark hallway to their right.
Did you hear that?
What?
Very faintly, we hear boom, 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 footsteps.
Devendra, how fast can you run?
Not again.
In the darkness, a glow begins to materialize, illuminating the faint outline of a stone mouth belonging to a massive body. A tomb guardian charges its laser beam. What?
Go!
Lara and Devendra turn around, sprinting back the way they came as a beam of light narrowly misses Devendra's head. The beam cracks a pillar and it topples in front of them, blocking their way out and ripping a hole in the crumbling ceiling. Chunks of ceiling rain down around them. I can't read today. One chunk hits hard enough to open a gaping hole in the floor where they can see the surface of the lake the tomb rose out of hundreds of feet below. They turn around to see the tomb guardian charging its laser again. Lara scans the room quickly, then looks down at the hole and the lake far below. She grabs Devendra's arm.
On 3. 1.
You can't be serious.
Got a better plan. 2.
You'll be the death of me, Lara Croft. Whoops. Lara Croft.
3.
Together they jump. A laser beam soars just over their heads as they fall through the hole together. They're free fall for a few seconds before Lara crutches Devendra close to her and pulls the ripcord on her parachute. Their fall comes to a sudden halt and they drift down peacefully over the lake.
You could have told me you had a parachute.
And miss this look on your face.
Devendra says nothing and Lara smiles to herself, carrying him safely over the lake and out of harm's way. End scene.
Wow. That's a script, all right.
Man,
it's definitely.
That's
God bless.
That's some content. That's real. All right, guys. That was. What do we think? What do we think about the script, Chris?
Oh man, I mean, it's certainly a video game script.
Yes.
It feels like I just there's so many scripts now where I feel like parentheses sarcastically probably happens too often. You know, like, or like smugly, you know, like I get it. It's like the new kind of ever since Iron Man kind of bursted onto the scene in the MCU, I feel like it's just been like the archetype for so many main characters. But I mean, I don't know what the hell's going on. Like, I like Tomb Raider. I don't recognize these names at all. These are clearly like new characters, at least as far as I'm concerned. And it's, I don't know, there's like laser beams and shit. I don't know what the fuck's going on. It's a very confusing script in my opinion.
Dustin, what do you think?
I didn't play I played a little bit of Rise, but not Shadow of the Tomb Raider. So I feel like this feels a little bit normal for what I would expect from a Tomb Raider type script. But I don't know, I think the biggest tip off is the lasers. What's going on? I don't think of lasers when I think of Tomb Raider, but apparently these, ancient tombs, they got an upgrade over the last few years and they've got some laser technology that they're just ready to go with.
Tomb Guardians.
Right.
All right. Oh, wait, here's some more information actually from the same source, but in another thing that we were corresponding. Here's the breakdown. Lara Croft, female, mid-30s, Caucasian, accent, authentic British. Client is specifically seeking authentically British actors. Experience in games, particularly PCAP, is valued by the client, though not mandatory, and it's important to them that the actor cast is someone who would be deeply passionate about the role and continuing her legacy. Okay.
Sounds like a reboot.
Here we go. How about this? This role involves romantic scenes with another female character. Lara Croft's going to be a lesbian. Yee. Which will be shot during PCAP. There is no nudity or simulated sex.
Whatever.
Excellent. There's the new Tomb Raider game, Project Jawbreaker. We'll see what happens with it. And that's the script that's being read for Lara Croft. Who knows how far away it is? I'll be really interested to see if those scenes are actually in the game.
Yeah.
Someone can dub our voices into it later, like in a few years from now.
Absolutely. Bookmark this episode. Save it. So you can make us famous.
All right, my friends, let's get into some other stuff here. Backbone 1 was just announced right before we started recording, actually, today. This is a third party but licensed mobile, particularly for iPhone, PlayStation controller for streaming PlayStation with remote play. And there's a PlayStation blog post about it. Backbone is actually its own company, and the CEO of the company, Manit Karia, said, I am thrilled. Actually, it's Kaira. I'm sorry. I am thrilled to introduce Backbone 1 PlayStation Edition, an officially licensed mobile controller for iPhone users. The look and feel of the Backbone 1 PlayStation Edition was brought to life by our design team in collaboration with the brilliant minds at PlayStation. The elegant colors, materials, and finishes are all inspired by the design of the PS5's console's DualSense wireless controller, all the way down to the transparent face buttons and its visually distinctive floating appearance. It feels right at home with the other products in the PS5 lineup, like the Pulse 3D headset, which you can connect directly to the Backbone 1. So this will allow you to play PS4 and PS5 games on remote play. There's more information there. I think they say it'll be available in the US and many European and other international places like Australia and New Zealand as well soon. So there's something weird about this controller. Can anyone tell me?
It's the offset sticks to me.
Right, exactly. I don't know what that's all about. So Chris, talk to me about this. What do you think about the Backbone 1?
I mean, I haven't. I will admit, I haven't really dabbled with this type of tech really at all. Like these weird kind of adjustable controllers for your phones. I don't have a lot of experience with them. I don't know what the good ones are, what the bad ones are. I don't know the general make and model or the general feel of these things. But I don't know. I feel like it looks the part. The weird orange. The bright orange button on the right side of the controller looks a little bit off, but aside from that, even with the offset sticks, I feel like it looks pretty on point for something that feels PS5 oriented. Like it doesn't feel like a Mad Catz controller when I'm looking at it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they got the color right, like the translucent buttons. These are obviously renders, but it looks like they have the feel right. I question why Sony wouldn't just make this themselves. Just when they do things like with Seagate, when they do things with Backbone and all, it just doesn't feel quite PlayStation-esque to me. Like it doesn't. I don't really want it because it's still this third-party thing. I know that's weird, but I just don't understand why they don't invest their own money into doing what they need to do themselves. Like I just find that strange. They seem to be much more comfortable in hardware licensing recently. Dustin, you have something to add?
I think that my argument against that is that every, what's the phrase to use? Every opportunity taken is another lost, right?
Yes, that's right.
So I'm kind of like, I don't care about PlayStation making a mobile controller for phones. And it seems like Backbone is one that a lot of people really like. And so basically, from what I can tell, I'm looking at a photo of the normal one versus the PlayStation one. There's a new shell on it, and they swapped out some of the buttons, which is why it's offset, is that they didn't actually make... I mean, they made a PlayStation version, but it was using a lot of the tooling that they probably already have. So yeah, that's cool. I think that a lot of people will really enjoy this. I'm not interested in it just because I still have yet to have a good experience with remote play. But I don't know. I actually haven't tried it now on PS5. So maybe it's a lot better now. I should give it a chance. But I feel like, too, is that my problem with this overall, and this isn't a problem with PlayStation or Backbone or whatever, it's just that I want to be able to use my phone while I'm playing a game. And I don't like if a message comes in or a text or whatever, then you've got to back out and check the text, respond in a weird way. And then it's cut off your stream. So you got to re-log back in. You're basically, I don't know, maybe it's not as bad as I'm thinking, but in the past, I've always disliked that aspect of it. But a lot of people like this. It's cool that there's this product specialized for PlayStation users.
I will say streaming games, whenever I do dabble in streaming games to my phone and I get a text message, the second I get one text message, I immediately like, well, I guess I'm just done, because that's the beginning of a conversation. You know what I mean? And I'm like, I'm not going to send a message, go back to my game, play for 5 seconds, get a new message, respond again, and have that completely annoying interrupted cycle over and over again. Like it is a tedious part of that experience.
It spells doom for those of us still hoping for a handheld from PlayStation. What the hell was that? Yeah. Did anyone else hear that? Did anyone else hear what? No. Did anyone else? I just had like something go through my headphones, like static. I don't know what that was. It sounded,
you died for a split second for Chris and I. So if anyone's watching the video, you see Chris and I like start to tilt our head, and then he came right back. So I don't know.
That's so scary. It sounded like I was being communicated with by demons or something.
Like a poltergeist?
Right. Like,
finally happening.
The devils. All right. Let's see. Oh yeah, I wanted to read this from gamesindustry.biz. Bungie planning reduced communication with players following harassment. And it's from Daniel Partis over there, who I think blocked me on Twitter for some reason. That might not be true, but I think it's true. Bungie has cut back on communication with players through social channels, claiming employees at the firm have faced harassment and threats. And a Reddit post, community manager DMG04 says that the harassment goes beyond, quote, rude replies on Twitter or vague comments, end quote, and stated that there has been, quote, real threats, end quote, towards the studio and people working within it. As a result, employees at the Destiny 2 maker are temporarily pulling back from online conversations with players as the team plans ways to protect itself from such things in the future. Quote, none of it is meant to be a punishment to the people who can leave clear and respectful feedback for our developers, mind you. There are no instances at Bungie where people actively look at the conversation and plan retaliatory actions towards our player base via hotfixes, updates, or comm strategies. End quote. And then he goes on. And I'm kind of curious, Chris, what you think of this, because this comes on the back of what we were talking about last week with Bungie and going after people litigiously, which I think is cool, kind of protecting themselves on the margins. And then also, I don't know if we got into it too much, but God of War, or Sony Santa Monica releasing a statement about how people need to be nicer and more respectful to people. I think that this is fine to do these things silently, to make comms plans, communications plans that resonate with modern audiences. But I feel like the wagging finger kind of shit that's going on is a little strange, because it makes, I don't want to say it makes a mountain out of a molehill. It certainly doesn't. But it makes your entire audience seem like pieces of shit, when really it's just a small group of people that are pieces of shit. And
yeah.
And I know I say this as someone who, people have told me they were going to kill me. People have told me they were going to find me and murder me and rape me and do all sorts of things, do things to my family, do all things like that. But never was my reaction to it, guys, everyone's got to calm down. Right? It's like, well, this is not resonate. This is not most of the people. And so I just think, while you have to make you do work around that stuff. I do communicate less with people now. I'm not on social media as like a person anymore, because I don't want to deal with that stuff, but I don't necessarily try to blame everyone for that. I just kind of more silently go in that direction. And so I think like kind of publicly pointing your finger is an unnecessary thing that emboldens the worst elements. They know it's working, right? They know it's working.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm sorry. Go on.
No, I mean, I agree in the sense that in the God of War, in relation to the God of War thing, because it was kind of like a finger wagging. This seems to me like Bungie just being communicative and being like, hey, we're going to pull back, by the way, because some of you are kind of, a little off. And it's not really, I almost respect the willingness to just be like, hey, listen, we're just going to go make the cool thing that you like. And we're going to pull back a little bit from communicating in the way that we have been. I feel like it's a question of volume. You know what I mean? Like, where it's for us, it's like, yeah, we get a ton of harassment. I'm sure there's a lot of it that I don't pay attention to. I'm sure we all get something, at least a few messages a day of like just crazy people who have a problem with us. But I think when you consider how big Bungie and Destiny is, if 1% of your audience is crazy and your audience is like millions and millions and millions of people, that's a lot of people, even if it's 1% of them. So I think everybody has like a threshold, and I think that threshold, gets broached quickly if you have a way, way, way bigger base of players or base of audience members to deal with. So I just feel like this is just them kind of being like, hey, we're going to be respectful enough to tell you that we're going to not be responding to things in the way that we were. But we're also not waving the finger at everybody. I don't get that sense from this in the same way that I got it from the God of War thing, where it's like, we all got to be real nice. We all got to be nicer.
Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm conflating the two things, because it was really more the God of War thing, the Santa Monica thing, that rubbed me the wrong way. Because I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Like, there's so many millions of people that are excited as fuck for your game, that love you guys, and you that kind of communication, I think their kind of communication in that sense runs the risk of throwing everyone under the bus, throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And it's like, well, you don't want to necessarily do that. But I understand your point, because Bungie is dealing with Bungie's probably dealing with much more toxicity at a much greater level. Many more people play Destiny than play God of War.
Yeah, it's multi-platform also.
So right, exactly. So it's yeah, you're right in that sense. Dustin, do you have anything to add? How do you feeling about all of this? Because maybe this is why I'm sensitive to it. A lot of people over the years have told us that our audience is terrible, right? Like that our audience does this, that our audience does that based on a bad egg or a fringe case. And so maybe I'm really extra cognizant of not to just toss everyone into that. And so maybe I'm just too sensitive and overreading the situation. But that bothers me. And by the way, I wanted to say this. I don't think you'll mind me saying this on the show. Noam Bloom, who was just on the show recently, Neon Taster on Twitter, the political commentator, said, wow, the YouTube comments are so nice. Your crowd is good people. So a nice little reaffirmation for the audience instead. But what do you think about this situation?
Yeah, I think it's a difficult thing to balance, because I feel like, as Chris said, we get people that say stupid shit towards us all the time, and it's not necessarily anything too crazy. I feel like if one of us had someone like send us a picture of our house or something on Twitter, then I can understand a much heightened and clear response.
To be clear, I've had people send me my address and my addresses of family members and done all that. That's happened to me for sure.
Yeah. So I feel like I can understand the response, but I think that overall, I don't know. I would have to see exactly what Bungie said, but there is like that medium where it's like, you can maybe address it, but not act like it's too big of a deal. Because like you said, Colin, you don't want to give that impression of, hey, you really got to us. What you're doing is working. Right. But at the same time, you have to manage properly. Like, that's something that I always think about regularly, is like, how close should we be to our audience? And how, you don't necessarily want to get too close, but you also want to be your authentic self and stuff like that. And so it's like figuring out what that balance is.
I hate saying it like this because it's like very dark, but it's 2022. We are interconnected. Everyone knows everything. And if someone wanted to come find me and kill me, they could do it right now. I mean, it's not like that's not possible. And it would be easy to do. I mean, it would be relatively easy to do. You have to just kind of rely on the fact that most people are normal and I don't know. It's exactly as you said. I also try not to say like, yeah, I get harassment all the time. Yeah, like, God, you see this fucking crazy shit that I just dealt with, or this psycho person or whatever. I try not to publicize a lot of that stuff because, like, it's like you said, Dustin, it's like a win for them. So it's just like, I don't know, I'm not, even though it's things we have to deal with in the background. I'm just really cognizant of community building, and I just think you want to be careful with how you cast your own community as well.
Yeah.
All right. Michael Pekin wrote into us and said, hey, One Piece fans, do you think Sony is genuinely trying to support indie studios with their Let's Play series to showcase smaller games and introducing a hardware loan program to help smaller developers? It seems a positive step. Also sad to see Shuhei's level in PlayStation now, but I can only hope he is having fun. So there's two references here he's making. Number one is that over on the SIE blog, SIE.com, which is Sony Interactive Entertainment, of course, they released a press release that not a lot of people saw, but I did because I read this nerdy shit. PlayStation Indies Development Hardware Loan Program, helping make PlayStation the best place to publish and play. Greg Rice, who I know, he's the head of PlayStation Creators, says, it is our continued goal to make PlayStation the best place to publish and play games of all shapes and sizes. Over the past couple of years, we have been thrilled to support our external publishing partners with features and indie spotlight events, indie montage videos on our social channels, dedicated space for PlayStation Indies on PlayStation.com. And I've been working to reduce the time it takes to get a new developer onboarded on PlayStation. As such, we are always striving to lower the barrier of entry and improve the process for publishing on PlayStation. We're pleased to announce a new initiative that will make it easier for new partners to hop in and get started with developing for PlayStation. Newly licensed PlayStation game publishers and developers will be eligible to receive one PS5 development kit and one PS5 testing kit, compliments of SIE, subject to applicable terms and conditions. And you can go to partners.playstation.net to see if you are eligible if you're a developer. This is concerning as fuck to me. I don't like this at all. I know people are this seems like a good thing, and it's certainly a far cry from them saying say selling us a PlayStation Vita dev kit and then saying, oh, we're not supporting Vita development anymore. Sorry about that. So they've come a long way since that moment, mere months ago, probably at this point. But they say, quote, we are always striving to lower the barrier of entry. Why? Why are you doing that? You just wrote on a piece of PlayStation. This is a fucking press release. This is not even an interview. Quote, we are always striving to lower the barrier of entry. Have you looked at the PlayStation Network? How much fucking lower can the barrier of entry be than what it is right now? Are they nuts? If we think they have a problem now, and they do, with games being undiscoverable, you ain't seen nothing yet. Ding, ding. Ain't seen nothing yet.
Oh man, this is.
So what are your thoughts, Chris?
Yeah, I understand. See, I'm of two minds about it because I understand what the intention is. I understand, or the general vibe of what they're going for is we want. If anyone out there wants to make a game, then they can do it on PlayStation, and we want to make sure that it's the best place to go, and it's like the best place to be, and you're on this network surrounded by all of this other great content, and it just elevates. It's almost like a high tide raises all boats situation is what I think they think, where it's like, oh, my indie game is on the same platform as The Last of Us Part 2. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, yeah, how crazy. But I'm with you where the first thing I thought of when I read this was like, oh, shovelware. I thought of all the weird hentai games on Steam. Dude, that would never happen on PlayStation because PlayStation is very censorious in that way, actually. But the wording of it, I'm not the biggest fan of. Even if their intentions are in the right place, I feel like the end result of something like this is ultimately a more drowned out store and a less discovering or an ecosystem that leads to less discoverability over time. Because that's just what happens when you open the gates to this type of thing. Like, I don't remember ever really having a problem finding games early on in the digital ecosystem that we currently are just thriving in. Like early 360, early PS3, we didn't have a lot of games, but the games that we did get were at least functional, and they were relatively polished, and they were finished. They were by people with credentials and by studios that deserve to be there. Whereas now it's like, I don't even know. I remember in 2013, I remember going on the indie store on Xbox 360, and there was literally just games of match 1 games, almost practice games, the ones that you would make in your first week at a game design school, and I'm just like, oh man,
it's not good. I mean, I'm looking at the store now and it's a mess. There's just a lot of, the shit's all fucked up, because even if you order it by release date, you get just pages of games that are not even out yet. Many of them you can't even pre-order. Then you start getting into the things that come out and that are actually out. You're getting to things that are ordered by release. Dude, it's a goddamn nightmare here. The Sheep Quiz, Bump Jump, the Football Tee, Jumping Brownie, the Tiger Tee, Jumping Burger Turbo, Ninja Run, Shark Pinball, the Instant Sports Winter Games. I'm not saying that none of these games deserve to exist, but people have to understand, and the cost of dev kits is NDA'd, and I think everyone kind of pays differently, so I'm not going to get into what we've paid for ours, but the reality is that you pay for your entry, and that's kind of a bond, as it were. You don't really get the money back, but you're kind of buying into the system, being like, I'm telling you, because you brought all these games up, and it's the only thing stopping those games from being on PlayStation was the barrier to entry. Give them a test kit and a dev kit, and they're going to get these things on the PlayStation Network. And who benefits? Who actually benefits from that? I don't want to sound like a dickhead, but there should be a level of gatekeeping on PlayStation Store, and it's not good enough. And so when you say, I just cannot believe that they use the actual terminology. We are always striving to lower the barrier of entry. what? I don't understand that. Can you imagine the New York Yankees being like, we're always striving to lower the barrier of entry to the New York Yankees.
It is a really
Harvard. We're always striving to lower the barrier of entry to Harvard. It's like, what? And you don't, by the way, you don't want that for any market, because people are saying, well, it's different. Well, do you want your local supermarket to say we're always striving to lower the barrier of entry for new products? So you have all this random ass shit in your store that's taking up the room of and place of things you want that are trusted, that are needed from sources that are good, that have proven themselves. This is shitty. And I can understand why they didn't really promote this. So maybe pick a different quote than "we are always striving to lower the barrier of entry and improve the process of publishing on PlayStation." Those are two different things.
Just so you know, the Sheep Quiz is $1.49 right now, and it's rated E for everybody.
I see that.
E for everyone. It's
just, there's got to be more order to this nonsense. But the good news, Dustin, is that PlayStation is doing a Let's Play Indies series, which is pretty cool, and Shuhei Yoshida is involved in it. Could this possibly be the reignition of a really important character in PlayStation history that has been sidelined and seemingly demoted into oblivion? And everyone's wondered why. I've asked him to come on the show, and I would love to have him on the show to talk to him about what's going on over there and ask him tough questions. Knowing him, he will not answer them and he'll deftly dodge them, but I can ask them nonetheless. But it's good to see him reemerge, because I think this is one of the things that PlayStation is missing right now, which is that special je ne sais quoi that happened during that late PS3 Vita into the PS4 era that was helmed by these personalities. So what do you think about this indie thing? What do you think about Shuhei reemerging and the Let's Play Indies initiative and all the rest?
Yeah, I think that in some aspects, Sony is doing a better job with indies than they were, let's say, at the launch of PlayStation 5. If you go in the store, there's some like nice curated sections where they kind of highlight some different stuff. But at the same time, with that curation, you also get some people that feel like Sony, there's like an in club for Sony indies where it's like, oh, you have to be this level of caliber or know these people in order to be able to be highlighted by them, which isn't a good thing either. But I don't know. In some ways, I kind of feel like that's, if you're going to lower the barrier to entry where anyone can put anything, then you have to curate in very specific and selective ways, just because it almost feels like the PlayStation Store could either be like a boutique shop of high quality stuff, or it can be a Sam's Club sized flea market where maybe you do find some gems here and there, but you have to walk all the way around the store through all the bullshit that you don't want. And so I guess the only solution to that is to better curate, but I would argue that's not the overall solution, period, is to just make sure that trash games aren't flooding your platform. But overall, it's a little bit of good and a little bit of bad, I think.
Yeah, I don't understand. I think it's, like you said, a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. But yeah, I don't, because he says, again, improve the process for publishing on PlayStation. We very much need that process to be improved, and that's good. But lowering the barrier, I guarantee you the barrier is low enough, Greg. The barrier is indeed low enough. But good to see Shuhei kind of emerge back in there. And they are getting behind, to be fair, in terms of indie games, if you want to call them that, because I think that's kind of losing its meaning in some way. A lot of these indie games have publishers and all the rest, but they are identifying these smaller games, and they seem to be doing a much better job of it than at least Xbox. I still think Nintendo might be the winner in that regard, but they are doing a pretty decent job of identifying the games that matter from this realm, whether it's like Sifu, Stray is incredibly relevant, etc., and so on. So I want to ask you guys also about, let's get into this right now. The PS5 beta. So firmware for PS5, just like PS4, goes into beta. You have to sign up for that if you want access to that, and you give them feedback and all the rest. I've never been involved in that. So the new beta introduces certain things, and the system software beta kicks off in certain locations today, according to the PlayStation blog at the time we're recording this. Dustin, what do you think? They're adding 1440p HDMI video output, something they're calling game lists, which is a compound word, I guess, in their nomenclature now. And you can have list of games, 100 games per list, 15 lists maximum, and it's a way for you to organize your game. So I guess you can organize them like, these are the RPGs and these are the games I want to play and this is my backlog and all that kind of stuff, which is kind of cool. One of the things I thought was really interesting is that you can actually actively compare stereo and 3D audio. I think this is really important because I think it'll show people how it works and that it actually does matter. So you can have your headphones on and then toggle back and forth if you'd like to do that, and some other things. So what do you think?
Yeah, I think that the 1440p support is great, if a little late, and it's one of those things where I don't necessarily want to celebrate something that they really probably should have just had in the console at launch. But here it is. Regardless, there's a lot of people that play PlayStation on 1440p computer monitors, and so this is perfect for them in order to get just a little bit extra use out of the monitor and get the full resolution that their monitor provides them. As far as the lists and stuff, that's not, again, as someone who doesn't organize their games physically very much, I definitely don't care about organizing them digitally at all. But I know that there's a lot of people that will like to have that like backlog list and then be able to move it to stuff around. So continually seeing some improved features for the PlayStation 5. I was trying to think if there's anything that's like still really missing at this point that really needs to be done, because for a while it seemed like the main things were VRR support and 1440p, and now we have both of them, though the VRR support could be better, but it seems like we've kind of ticked off those two big things. Oh, and expandable storage was another one that we had waited for a while. So definitely feels like the firmware is now out of beta in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Additional thoughts, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's in a good spot right now. I feel like, again, I feel very similar to Dustin, where it's like, man, we really should have had 1440p at the very beginning, because it's such a basic, it really is a very basic thing. But the important thing is we have it now. It's no longer an issue. It no longer will be an issue. There are still some things that I would like to be at least addressed by PlayStation that have not yet. But granted, they are more to do with what I do for work specifically. Like, I still don't understand why PlayStation insists on having this audio spectrum that refuses to cooperate with streaming softwares. Like, specifically on every other console that I've ever fucked with at all, you're able to have the game audio, the console audio, come in through your headphones and the TV at the same time. And for whatever reason, Sony still doesn't let you do that. It makes streaming PlayStation games a bitch, because I have to like tune my mic so that I can still hear the TV and I can still hear what the TV is doing. Yeah, it's just this really, it's granted, this is very specific to me and the people who like stream, which is, granted, not a lot of people in the grand scheme of PlayStation's audience. So I don't expect them to ever address this, but it is something that prevents me from streaming PlayStation games pretty much ever. If I'm going to play a game on stream, I'm typically going to just play it on PC. I'll probably buy it on PC also, just because I know I'll be able to stream it more conveniently there. I was playing Stray and I wanted to stream it, and then I was trying to get it set up, and I was just like, there's no, like, half of the game is the ambience and the audio, and if I'm sacrificing that so I can, it's a whole mess. But that's a really, really niche problem. I don't anticipate them solving that anytime soon, but that would be nice for me anyway. But overall, I feel like the feature set on the PS5 now is as robust as I would need it to be as a consumer. Like, I don't think there's any glaring omissions. I don't think there's anything that I'm particularly feeling like we had before that we don't have now. Maybe themes would be nice, but that's really scraping the bottom of the barrel of complaints as far as I'm concerned, So
yeah, I'm satiated, I'm satisfied, but I'm also not really a very technical gamer, so I'm not looking for very much. So you shouldn't listen to me anyway. I probably would still be on PS3 if it was up to me. But not knowing PS4 or PS5, you know what I mean? Like, I was like, oh, this is... It wasn't until I played PS4 specifically that I was like, oh my goodness. Oh my God. What are we doing? Okay. David wrote in. Dustin, this one's for you. He says, hi, fellas. I'll cut to the chase. Have any of you been keeping track of the NieR Church saga? In brief, a hidden door has been discovered in NieR Automata, leading to an area filled with references to both the Drakengard series and NieR Replicant. However, it appears there's only one person on the planet with access to this church area, a Reddit user named Sad Futago. The modding community has come out in force to say such a mod would be impossible and the area can't be found through other means, such as data mining or no-clipping. What is the area then, and who is Sad Futago? Is it cut content from a pre-release version of the game? Is this a dev trolling the audience or maybe teasing NieR's Switch port, something else entirely? This is indeed a great mystery, and it comes from the original circulator of it, because it does come from this Reddit user, but a guy named Lance McDonald on Twitter, that's where I saw it, and I guess he's a games guy in Japan, and he does some English stuff too, but his stuff's in both languages. I feel like I recognize that name, but I don't know why. Someone randomly posted a video on the NieR Automata subreddit showing they found a secret room in the copied city. So far, no one else has worked out how they managed to break the secret door or make this secret door appear. Literally, one person on Earth has access to this room, and we are utterly mind blown. Dustin, what the hell is going on here with this deep mystery?
I wish I had an answer for you, because this is shocking in a lot of ways. Just that it seems like, from what the little bit of information I've gathered, is that this isn't a mod that someone's put in, and it's not something that other people are able to replicate. And so it's created this massive mystery behind what's going on. And this is like, I truly love mysteries like this, because it seems like in our modern era where games are on PC and hacked consoles and stuff like that, people are really easily able to go in and data mine stuff. And so mysteries like this didn't really exist anymore. But now this comes up, and it seems like no one's able to replicate it. No one can figure out like where the code is in the game. And I don't know what's going on. There's some theories that it might just be some cut content that someone figured out how to get into, but I don't know. This would be a really sneaky, interesting way to tease some new NieR related content. Because I mean, surely they're going to go back to that well at some point, but I'll be very curious to see what people end up finding out about this, whether it's just some kind of fluke or something bigger.
Yeah, I thought this was really cool. You saw it probably already by the time I messaged you about it, but someone had messaged me about it, and I was like, wow, this is something Dustin needs to see, because this is really cool. I love stuff like that, and I'm a little mystified. See, this is where I don't really understand technical things, like when they find new discoveries in Zelda Ocarina of Time or something, and I'm like, how did you not see that in the code? Like, where is this thing hiding? That's where I don't understand how you could possibly have this whole hidden piece of data and have no idea that it's there. But obviously, What the fuck do I know? Very little, as it turns out. Okay. Couple more things to report on really quickly. That upcoming Lord of the Rings game, Gollum, which I don't know that people are particularly excited about. It seems like they're not. Gollum looks a little strange. He doesn't look like Peter Jackson Gollum. I don't think I think that's okay.
He looks like Tommy Pickles.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
It's creepy.
Well, Daedalic Entertainment released a statement saying, thanking everyone for their support and all of that, and says, quote, in part, "We are dedicated to meeting our community's expectations on uncovering the untold story of Gollum in a way that honors the vision of J.R.R. Tolkien. That being said, in order to deliver the best possible experience, we have decided to push the release of The Lord of the Rings Gollum by a few months. We will update you with an exact time in the near future," end quote. So there's that. I mean, I don't really give a shit about the game, but I know it's big enough to know isn't there something mysterious and sinister brewing right now with The Lord of the Rings? Like, I feel like that fan base is about to burst with negative energy because of that.
Oh, that
Rings of Power show, which I think people are really down about. And this game, see, this is the thing where, like, how can you not give this license to the most capable of studios? It's Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings should have the best everything done. It's Lord of the Rings. Tolkien. the base of all fantasy. The very base of it. And you just can't fuck it up. And so it's weird that like Daedalic and all these weird companies don't have it. You'd think that they would be spending $500 million on a proper Lord of the Rings game. But I digress.
I don't know. I look at this and I'm like, oh, look, another delay. What a surprise. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's just like, it's the base, my base assumption, your game's getting delayed. That is my automatic assumption if you have a video game out. Or if you're working on a video game, it will get delayed. Sorry.
That's true in a broader sense, Chris, but in a looser sense, 2023 is fucked. I mean, I don't have any idea what the schedule is going to look like. It's going to be a bonanza. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to say bonanza because it might be bad. I don't know. It might be too many games, bad games.
Yeah.
A lot of them though, definitely coming beginning early January. Actually, there's some coming this fall. You might want to even say the momentum for the non-Call of Duty, non-sports game stuff starts in December with Callisto Protocol, which is kind of exciting. And then into Dead Space Remake, Resident Evil 4 Remake, a bunch of other stuff coming out. We have Final Fantasy 16, we have Final Fantasy 7 Remake Part 2. Who knows when that's coming out? A bunch of other stuff. Spider-Man 2, Wolverine in the distance, and a bunch of question marks because, of course, we don't know anything about what Sony's doing, and we'll talk more about that later. Another thing I wanted to point out really quickly is that Guerilla announced, of course, the Sony-owned studio behind Killzone and more recently Horizon, announced that on August 12th, the online servers for Mercenary, Shadowfall, and Riggs are all coming down. So, of course, Killzone Shadowfall is the PS4 launch game. The last, let me think. Is that the last Killzone game released? I think it is because I think Mercenary came out. Did Mercenary come out before or after Killzone? I think Mercenary came out first. So Shadowfall, nonetheless, Shadowfall and Mercenary, the final Killzone games. Mercenary, of course, a very fine Vita first-person shooter. Riggs, a launch window PSVR game from Guerilla Cambridge, which no longer exists. So all of those will be shut down. That's going to make the trophies in some of these games, or all of them actually, unobtainable. So you are warned, my friends. And let's see what else is here to talk about. Oh, I wanted to talk about Multiversus. Greg Wallace wrote in and said, "Yo, Toon Squad, when Multiversus was announced, you guys were generally down on the idea of a Smash competitor. Now the game is in open beta, and frankly, I think it's pretty fun. It also seems to be a huge success so far, having more than 140,000 concurrent players on just Steam. For perspective, Guilty Gear Strive peaked at about 30,000, which at that number outperformed Tekken 7 and Street Fighter 5. Even Brawlhalla, a similarly monetized platform brawler, also peaks at a little more than 30,000. Maybe this was the competition Smash needed all along, as they seem to be doing everything right. Fun game, free-to-play, recognizable characters, and good netcode with crossplay. So will you guys give it a go? Also, do you think there are other holes in the industry waiting to be filled? Oh, by a game like this? We won't worry about that question right now. I want to worry more about this game, Multiversus itself, because it does seem to be blowing up. And Chris, I'm curious what you make of this game. Are any of your friends playing it? Are you playing it? Are you interested? Are you hearing anything?
Yes, Sweeney's been playing it, and he really likes it. He's a big Smash Brothers nerd. I don't know how I feel about it. I just feel like I was watching Sweeney play it on stream, and I was like, did I play this? I had to think about it for a second because I've played so many of these damn things. And I was like, oh, no, I played the Nickelodeon one, which was not very good at all. And I think there's a Cartoon Network one that is also not particularly good. And there's just so many of these platform fighters. And I do think it's very possible that this one comes the closest to getting it right. I do think a lot of people are enjoying it. I do think the free-to-play angle helps in ways that, it's clearly going to outperform Street Fighter 5 and Tekken 7 if it's free to play. Like this is just the nature of free to play. It's just like when there's no barrier of entry, then people who wouldn't otherwise play your game suddenly are just like, yeah, why not? Especially if it's like a really small download size. It's like, yeah, there's like you lose nothing from checking it out. But I feel like in this situation, it's just a really good example of something that is likely the closest that anything's come to being as good as Smash Brothers while still being like, I don't know, it's like how PewDiePie has 100 million subscribers or something, and then like the person in second place behind him is like 50 million subscribers less.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a situation like that where it's like, wow, this is really good, but it's still nowhere near as good as Smash's. I'm sure the netcode is way better because Smash's netcode is garbage. That game is unplayable online. I don't even know how they Nintendo's online infrastructure is I don't know what the hell they're doing. I feel like it's made out of bubble gum.
That's what they're doing.
It's like bubble gum, balsa wood, and like Breaking Bad style like makeshift batteries, and it's just like it's a mess over there. So they're definitely beating them on that front. They have the more streamable game. They have the more approachable game. But I don't know. I'll probably give this a shot just because I'm curious as to how close it does actually come to Smash Brothers. But I have a sinking feeling in my mind that it's like I kind of have an idea of how close it comes.
Yeah, fair enough. That's a pretty good comparison between Smash and all others that come. Dustin, what do you think about the maybe unexpected success of Multiversus. Someone's finally maybe pierced the veil of this this mystification surrounding the mascot brawler.
So I did actually check out this game, but I didn't put it on what you've been playing because I didn't feel like I'd played it long enough to really have any extensive thoughts other than it feels decent. It has it. How about this? Within 15 minutes of playing it, I knew that it felt way better than the Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl game. Like just immediately apparent. So clearly there's something to this game. My thing with this though is just that if I want to put time into a game like this, I want to play more Smash Brothers because it's the best one and it appeals to me way more than having the new LeBron James from Space Jam in a game. Like that'll be cool for some people to have like Bugs Bunny and Arya Stark together, but I don't know. I'm kind of become sick of the modern crossover porn.
Yes.
And I just don't, it's not special anymore. Quit wheeling out my boy, Iron Giant. Every fucking time there's a new multiverse thing, they wheel our guy out. It's like, you didn't give a fuck about him all these years ago. And now that there's some crossover potential, I can't stand it.
Wow.
Iron Giant deserves better.
Yeah, it's the crossover porn. Mm-hmm. That's a good way to put it because it really does feel like and here's Barack Obama fighting SpongeBob and it's like what the fuck is even happening? And it feels like a fever. I feel like I'm on acid and shrooms and I'm dying. This is like the last visit that I'm going to see.
Is Steven Universe fighting LeBron James?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Literally, dude.
Yeah, literally.
I feel like, and here's the thing, I know I'm a curmudgeon about this. I understand, but I think of like the Red Letter Media clip where it's like, I saw Steven Universe. I know Steven Universe, and I clapped. Yeah. It's like, oh, I know that thing. That means I like it.
Yeah, Jay does that, I think.
Yeah.
I've had enough.
I agree. Okay. I just, here's the thing that makes Smash Brothers work that I think worked against PlayStation All-Stars and works against other things as well is, though Fire Emblem and Mario are very different, though Kirby and Zelda are ostensibly different, these things do feel like they belong together. There are certain characters historically on the Smash roster that I thought were weird and never made sense. Like I thought Solid Snake was just weird. I think Cloud is weird. Like I don't think these characters make any sense. But there is something about Ice Climbers and Marth that actually seems like it makes sense to me. Or Olimar and Luigi. I just don't see. I'm looking at the roster now for Multiverses and it's like Shaggy and Harley Quinn. Like what brings them together? Because they're all Warner Brothers. Like Warner Brothers isn't a beloved brand. Who gives a shit? Right? That's the weird. So that's where the so-called, and I like the crossover porn stuff where it's, and I'm going to write that down. Maybe I'll call this the episode, although we'll probably not be able to do that. But
probably not.
But it's interesting because I just don't feel like there's any love for this universe, and there needs to be a love for the collective family. And very few brands have that, and Nintendo does have that. I don't even think PlayStation has that. I don't think PlayStation has that specifically because I think one of the things that works in their benefit is they never really stay around with anything. So nothing really grows like that. And that's okay because they're moving on to the next thing. That's what makes me excited, generally speaking, about a PlayStation thing. But it's like you have some DC, right? And then you have just cartoons, Game of Thrones.
Yeah, Game of Thrones. It's like it
doesn't really make any sense.
I will never not think about the fact that in Space Jam 2 they sold front seat tickets to a Looney Tunes basketball games to the rapists from A Clockwork Orange. That is it.
Yeah,
it is
put them in Multiverses.
Yeah, but
do it.
The Clockwork Orange rapists. And it's like
they got the scissors from the movie, you
know. Shaggy. Oh my god. It's too much, man.
I do want to say this though. I will give this I like the general design language, as Dagan would say.
Oh yeah,
I like it. It reads fine. Like it does read pretty well. I just don't see how they all fit together. But I will say this: that Bugs Bunny, because again I'm on the thing. That Bugs Bunny picture of him is hysterical. Like that's like dickhead meme Bugs Bunny, and I think they know that they're doing that with that particular character. And I love Tom and Jerry, and I think that that's a dope I got to look more into that gameplay and see how they play, because I think they're awesome. And seeing them work together, or do they like fight each other but it hurts you, which would be kind of
they're a little like ice climbers from what I've seen, in the sense that one of them can die, or I think Jerry can die.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Tom is the main one.
Yeah, it's cool. So there's something here. I mean, there's no doubt there's something
Jerry
here.
dies.
Jerry dies.
I'm just thinking about a Tom and Jerry cartoon where Jerry just straight up dies, and Tom has this moment where he's like, "No, my life is incomplete now. This is like, what I lived for."
What's the Wile E. Coyote Roadrunner thing where it's like, well, you got what you wanted?
Yeah,
I don't think Arya Stark should be in the same universe as Tom and Jerry for sure. That's like, I don't know. That's like the mystery team from Scooby-Doo, like on Epstein's Island or something. It just like feels like too. It feels too specifically.
It's weird. I mean, this is what I'm saying.
Cartoons in realistic, like really dire scenarios is like really off-putting to me.
The point being, I think, to all what we're saying is that you could not make a more random assortment of characters, because they really don't belong. It's just that people around a board table were like, yeah, we want all these different products. We ultimately invested in all these different things. That's it. That's what connects them.
Well, the king of that is Fortnite, no doubt. Like Fortnite really started like, you got like, you could play as Drake and Zendaya, and then Zendaya again, but as Mary Jane, and then there's like Rick and Morty, and then there's like, I don't know, the Cheetos cheetah, and it's just Mr. Clean's probably in there by this point. I don't know what the fuck's going on over there. But
we're losing my brother's kid to this situation, with this Fortnite situation, which is it's such a shame, Graydon, because he's a very talented, old school, bona fide gamer, and suddenly he got sucked into Fortnite, and I was like, what? I was afraid he was going to become just a hardcore Nintendo nerd only. So I'm glad he's broken out of that, which is important. I think Nintendo's fine, but you want that to be a component, not all you play. And I'm worried we've lost him. I'm worried. He's gone down that Fortnite. He's that kid that we make fun of on the video, beating the bush with a broom outside when he's told he can't be inside anymore, so he's going to play Fortnite outside instead.
Oh, well, this is just put him in the ground now.
Dustin, what is Monster Hunter Paradise? This is a leak that happened via Discord, apparently. Video Games Chronicle, our friend Jordan Middler wrote about it, and says, in a now deleted tweet, user NeonAga99 pointed out that by experimenting with Discord's backend while using the developer mode build on the platform, it was possible to activate some placeholder events scheduled for later in the year. And one of these placeholder events was for Monster Hunter Paradise. We know a new Monster Hunter game is coming. We know it'll be on PlayStation. This is presumably the name of the game. What do you make of this?
This is exciting. I am curious just in that Monster Hunter World was just a massive, massive success for Capcom.
Their best-selling game ever.
Right. And I think that people were excited for it out the gate, but I think that it really had a lot of momentum through people telling their friends to check it out. And so think about all of those people now excited for this new one, along with new hardware and all the excitement that comes with that as well. So I'm very, very curious about this. I've been playing, not so much the last few weeks, but I was playing through Sunbreak, and it's fantastic. And so I'm curious to see how they'll implement some of that Sunbreak stuff into Paradise and get it off of the stinky Switch. Because I played Monster Hunter Rise on PC. It's got the remnants of the Switch stink in it. Like, you can tell that it was made for the Switch. Some textures here and there.
10 frames a second?
Yeah, well, it's ironic because my computer can run it at like 4K 120 FPS, but then you just see something that you're like, that was that's that Switch stink. It permeates everything.
Yeah, I saw your Twitter poll about what makes the Switch stinkiest. And
some people took that really seriously, and I was really just said that purely as a joke. But those are the best jokes. Are if you can get 80% of people know it's a joke, but there's that 20% that that it goes over. That's the best kind.
All right. Well, speaking of Capcom, I wanted to note that according to Video Games Chronicle, again, our friend Andy Robinson writes, Capcom says it's on track for a 10th straight year of growth. So congratulations to them as they released their new financials and so on and so forth. Nothing new to really report of any general interest here, but it just really goes to show you how Capcom has just come back, and think about where they were. I mean, 10 years ago, it's crazy. 2012, not good. I mean, Capcom, not good. Just lost Keiji Inafune, canceled some games. I mean, we're talking about this is a really questionable period for them. A lot of strange stuff happening here, and they pulled themselves out. And I hate to say this because Keiji Inafune is absolutely legendary for me and one of my very favorite people in games. And he's always been very nice to me. Being on a first name basis with him was surreal, to say the very least, because I got to meet him so many times. And he knew how big of a fan I was. He signed all my Mega Man stuff. He drew a picture of Mega Man on my Mega Man 2 instruction manual. I mean, can you believe that? But he was wrong. Like, in that whole battle that he waged, where he was like, this Japan is fucked and they need to replicate the West. He was actually wrong. Japan didn't save itself by replicating Western game philosophy. They replicated themselves with Japanese games. And by applying some important conventions that I think they were hesitant to absorb fully in the beginning, particularly online multiplayer. I mean, we can remember Miyamoto. I think it was Miyamoto, right? Or was it Iwata saying like, no one will ever want to play online. And this was probably during the Wii era, I want to say, when he's like, that's a non-starter for Nintendo, basically. That was basically the intent in so many words. And when these companies started to kind of more fully embrace what the internet can do, compare, for instance, Animal Crossing on GameCube to Animal Crossing on Switch. And how one game was relying on these like codes and all of this, which is fine. I mean, it was from 2002 and 2003, but the other game is interconnected, and how much that helped it, how much that very simple thing helped an otherwise established game become huge. And so I just look at Capcom's growth. We feel the rumblings of Konami coming back. I know it's happening. We know it's happening. They're coming back with AAA games. And you see the incredible success of Square Enix, and you see Bandai Namco, Koei Tecmo. These guys are all in great shape, and they did it with their games. And I think it's a lesson learned about, I think Iga, when he left Konami, was a more willing participant of saying like, the way it is now is fucked, but we need to kind of do it our way to revive stuff. And he did. Good shit. So congratulations to Capcom on that. And I also wanted to note really quick, Dylan Wedniski wrote in, Wedniski. I'm not going to say that properly. I'm sorry, Dylan. Hey, CDC boys, with the leak of Tactics Ogre seemingly confirming a November 11th release date, where is your guys' excitement level? Will this game bring some life into the tactical RPG model that seems to have very few releases? God willing, because I don't know how or why this keeps happening, boys, but Tactics Ogre Reborn just keeps leaking stuff on PlayStation Network just over and over again. I don't know if someone's going to get fired at some point for doing this, or if this is maybe an intentional way of developing some press for a game that will otherwise probably not do very well. Either way. But we know now that Tactics Ogre Reborn, which is we assume is going to be some sort of remake or remaster of the PSP release Tactics Ogre Let Them Cling Together, which is a port of the original Tactics Ogre game from Super Famicom. So we have to go back a little bit. But this is awesome, and I can't fucking wait for this to come out. So my excitement level is really high. That's a day one release, day one play for me, no matter what. I love Tactics Ogre. Love it. And it is, of course, the foundation for Final Fantasy Tactics. So if you are a fan of Final Fantasy Tactics, you owe two franchises quite a bit, and Front Mission is one of them, and the other one is Tactics Ogre. All right, what else here? Oh, a couple more things. Seems like Jedi Survivor, Star Wars Jedi Survivor's date might have leaked. It looks like the game might come out in February or March 2023. This is according to some scraping that's been done on the PlayStation Network. Are either of you guys excited about this game?
I feel like I don't know. Excitement is, I don't know. Some people, it's not like I'm hyped. I'm not like jumping up and down excited for Jedi Survivor, but I feel like this game has a lot of potential because the first one was really good right out the gate. And so it feels like the only way to go is up.
Yeah, I feel like I feel like it's Star Wars is such a such a contentious IP right now, and it's just not been handled super well. Even the TV shows that people tend to be really supportive of, especially like, season 1 of The Mandalorian, which a lot of people really, really enjoyed. Obi-Wan was a little mixed from a lot of people's perspectives, and even Obi-Wan season 2 wasn't. Book of Boba Fett, or not Obi-Wan season 2, Mandalorian season 2 and Book of Boba Fett weren't received too hot, and the movies are obviously like its own whole problem. But I feel like Jedi Fallen Order was one of the few that I remember playing and being like, oh, I kind of like this Star Wars. Like, whatever this is, I enjoy it a lot more than, seeing, Luke Skywalker's CGI head floating over another actor's body for the 10th time. So I am looking forward to this. Not stoked, but I'll definitely be happy to play it once it comes out. It's definitely a day one for me because I'm with Dustin, where it's like that first game was so solid as it was already that I can only imagine that a sequel would only give them time to improve on all of the small things and make it even more deep and interesting than it was before. Especially now that they have practice making, third person action games. That was the big thing to me, was like, wow, they really nailed this for having never made anything like this before. Like that to me was what was the most shocking. It almost reminded me of a Guerilla situation with like, going from Killzone to Horizon, where it's like, wow, that's a pretty massive leap in style and genre, and to pull it off as well as you did is in and of itself very, very impressive. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to do.
Yeah, I liked Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. I thought it was good. I played it in 2019. I thought it was pretty hard, actually, but it was good. It had a little bit more Dark Souls in it than I thought it would. Just a little bit.
Yeah,
not too much.
For sure.
Not enough that it was unmanageable for me, but just a little bit. But I got to say this, and I know I say this sometimes, and I know some people get mad about it, but I need to say it because I feel it so deep in my gut. Star Wars is so played out that I can't even begin to care about anything they say. Like I can't even begin to wrap my mind around actually engaging in some meaningful way. Like with Obi-Wan, that series, I'm like, no, I just watched Red Letter Media's reviews of it. That's how I absorbed all of Obi-Wan. I'm like, I have to have someone making fun of it at this point, because the very act of you releasing so much Star Wars means nothing to me anymore. It's totally fucking meaningless. And it was like comical seeing all of the, pardon the pun, out of Comic-Con, all the MCU and Star Wars stuff where it's like Phase 5 and this thing and these slates. I'm like, oh my God.
It doesn't stop.
I feel like, is anyone aware of this? How vacant this is? I cannot even believe it. I remember early in the MCU on Kind of Funny Content, when we would do the old shows there, I would say like, oh, the comic book movies are going to fail. Like they're eventually going to like go away, like the Western. How wrong was I? Holy shit. I cannot.
Now it's all there is.
I just can't believe it.
Now you get comic book TV shows.
Right. That's what I'm saying. And now there's it's universe building on universe building on universe building. And like I always say with Star Wars, small galaxy syndrome. We have to know the story of everyone in Mos Eisley's cantina. We have to know the story of everyone in Jabba's palace. Everyone that was in on the Death Star. Everyone that was on the fucking skiff out over Tatooine during this, it's like everyone that was in Cloud City, everyone that was here, everyone that was on Naboo, everyone that's in Coruscant. They all know each other. Isn't that interesting? And to me, so no matter how good the game is, I don't care. And I just, I don't mean it. I don't say it to be mean. I mean it because I can't. I should say I can't care.
Oh no, I know what you mean. Yeah,
I can't.
I can imagine, especially as a Star Wars fan initially, it must be really. I can imagine it being frustrating because there was a point in time where I was a Marvel fan for sure. Like I really enjoyed those movies, and I would go and I would watch them. It's like, oh, isn't it interesting that they're building a universe? It's kind of cool. It's never been done before, and it was novel at the time. And the fact that they pulled it off so well, and then had that ending with Endgame, like it got a little long in the tooth there, but like they resolved everything, and I was like, oh man, what a satisfying thing. And then afterwards they kept going, and I was like, what? It almost feels like in Red Dead 2 when like the game ends and then it keeps going for 7 hours. Like it's I feel like I got everything I needed.
Yeah. I don't even know what else to ask you, like to ask about this universe anymore. Like there's nothing unanswered. And by the way, because people say like, isn't there there are things you love where you would get them repeatedly? And I'm like, there's nothing I would wish this on. Nothing. There is nothing I love that I would want to see this treated like. It's totally business oriented. Go stay in your Star Wars hotel room at Star Wars Disney, and then watch your Disney Plus fucking Star Wars shows, and then go to the movie theater and watch Star Wars, and go to Walmart and Target and buy your Star Wars toys. Like, get fucked.
Well, wait. What if it was Mega Man? What if you could stay in a Mega Man hotel?
That would be so weird. Mega Man is a 4-foot, 4-inch child robot. I don't ever want to meet him.
He's a sleep paralysis monster. There's something. Look, it's not necessarily that. Because there's a way to do it. Like, I think one Call of Duty game a year is too many. So 5 Marvel properties a year between 3 movies and 2 TV shows or whatever the fuck their split is. That's too much. You know, that's way, way, way more than too much. And I think it's with Star Wars, it's less. It's not as bad, but at the same time, they've got Star Wars Land. They got all these shows coming out. It's not as many movies, I guess, anymore, but it's still so sad. I don't know.
It is sad just because I've only watched Dagan and I on Knockback are slowly getting through the MCU very slowly. We're going to do Iron Man 2, which is the 3rd movie in the MCU, I think, this month. And I like the movies so far. Like, I dig them. I know I'm going to continue to like them, but I know that out in this, I don't know when you get to like Ant-Man or something. I don't know when it's going to happen. At some point, I'm going to break because I'm going to be like, I cannot believe how many movies there are of this. Like, where are the new ideas? Isn't anyone eager to be like, I have an idea? Like, leverage a new idea. Instead of everyone wanting to write Star Wars or Marvel movies, it's like, write something new. It's almost like, I always make fun of fan fiction. I think fan fiction is kind of cringy because it's like, why would you use your creative energy to make something you can never sell? It's never going to be real. It's never like official. This is strange to me that people would want to dump their energy into something that they can't own. Marvel, this corporate entity, Disney is going to always own everything you do. They're going to run it into the ground. One day you're going to be dead and they're going to fucking Grand Moff Tarkin and Rogue One you, and you know it. You know, and
that's so fucked.
All right. The final thing I want to talk about here is, and I want to give props to this game, is Rollerdrome. I wanted to bring this game to people's attention. We had talked about this a little bit in the past. PlayStation Underground, which is the PlayStation affiliated kind of YouTube show. It's obviously very old for those of us who were around the PS1. That used to be a disc you would get in the mail with demos on it. But they had a recent gameplay walkthrough, and they also have a PlayStation blog post about Rollerdrome, which comes from Roll7. Roll7 is the studio that did Ollie Ollie. And so it was like a skateboarding game that was actually prolific on Vita at first. Comes out soon, August 16th. Guys, I think this game looks absolutely dope. And I can't wait to check it out. I really want to see more about it. Dustin, what do you think?
Yeah, I am so excited to check this out. And I think, maybe I'm wrong about this, but I think this is a game they were advertising as part of the game trials if you have premium and you just want to check it out first. I'm pretty sure this is going to be one that will be on there, but this is fantastic, especially just because I'm not into quad skating, but I've mentioned before, Holly and my mom are super into quad skating, so I'm kind of surrounded by that quite a bit. And so I'm definitely down to play a game where I'm quad skating and shooting and blowing things up. That sounds fantastic. It's got like a little bit of Tony Hawk, Jet Set Radio, and then it's got like some slow-mo mechanics. It's got like this awesome mix of a bunch of different things that from the gameplay we've seen really seems to fit together nicely.
Yeah, this game looks sick. What do you think, Chris? Do you want to check it out?
Yeah, totally. Like, especially after this gameplay walkthrough, I feel like I have a better sense of how it plays and how it looks, because initially, like, I really liked the art style, but like I remember seeing like snippets of this game and thinking that it looked a bit stiff. And I still think it kind of does. I just think now, as I'm looking at like proper uncut footage of someone playing, that the stiffness probably doesn't do much to harm the fun factor in the way that I thought it might, seeing it kind of cut up and spliced up into pieces. Like, it looks like there's like a really good flow to combat. It looks like there's a really good, you can get like really good speed. It looks like it's fun to interconnect tricks with skill shots, and you know, the slow-mo mechanics are really cool. I dig it. I will say though, like, the main thing that I love about this is just the way it looks.
Yeah, the art's
like
beautiful.
I just find it's really cool to have this. It's like the colors are saturated, but they're also like muted, which I think makes it stand out a little bit in comparison to a lot of the, you know, I don't know, you turn on Multiversus and Superman's fucking blue suit is burning a hole in your retinas. And he also looks like a Fortnite character, whereas this looks, you know, this looks cool.
Yeah, it's
like I really like the cell shaded visual language of it. I'm stoked on it. I think it looks dope.
Yeah, we will check. I'm definitely going to check it out. PS4, PS5, August 16th, Rollerdrome. Who knows if it's going to be good or not? I think it's going to be. We'll see. But let's talk about what we're playing more immediately right this very minute. Dustin, I want to start with you. It says you're playing Mega Man Legends and Stray. Since you and Chris are both playing Stray, and I also want to talk a little bit about Stray, let's go to that second. So let's hear about Mega Man Legends first, if you have anything else to add about it.
Yeah, so with my retro kick, I've been going back and playing some of these games I loved as a kid. And Mega Man Legends, I saw not too long. I think it's like 7-ish hour game. And so I thought, this is perfect. And this game is actually pretty good still, if you're willing to accept some of its dated aspects, if you can kind of get past that. I know the barrier for different people is always different. Some people cannot deal with anything that feels remotely old, and other people can. This game, I think the biggest detriment is just that it comes from that era where everyone was trying to figure out how you control and move a character in 3D space. And so Mega Man turns left and right with the L1 and R1 button, and he kind of moves with the D-pad. It's very strange. The lock-on mechanic is kind of finicky, but overall, I really like this game because it's weird that it's not really Mega Man. The only thing that's Mega Man about it is that there is a guy in it who his name is literally Mega Man. He's not like, that's just straight up his first name that everyone's like, hey, Mega Man. So I always find that aspect of it weird, but it's charming going back to this game. And I remember particularly that I really enjoyed the second one the most. The first one's a little bit, it all takes place on this one island for the most part. And the second one gets more expansive in all the different places you can go. So I'm going to play through this, and then I think I'm going to play through Tomba maybe after, and then Mega Man Legends 2. I got to fit in Tactics in there somehow, but I've been playing them on the CRT, which has been super fantastic. And it's easy to forget that these games are designed to run on a TV like that, and they look so much better than even like the PS1 classics they did on PS5. They look great when they're upscaled at 4K. But they're just, it doesn't have that same feeling. I don't know. Maybe I'm a purist, but CRTs are the way to go if you're playing an old console like this. So Mega Man Legends, been really fun. And then I'll keep my Stray talk to a minimum, because if you're a Last Stand patron, you can listen to Ben and I talk for an entire hour about Stray this Saturday. But overall, I liked it. If you're on the fence about it, I think it's an easy recommendation. The price is right. It's part of PlayStation Plus Extra if you have that, and it's not too long. It's like the perfect amount of length. It's not too easy. It's not too hard. It's got a lot of creative ideas. It's beautiful. So yeah, Stray's an easy recommendation from me. But I don't know who we're going to next. But I know that both of you are playing it, and I know, Colin, you're a little mixed.
Yeah, I'm mixed on it. I will get to me later because I want to talk more about another game as well. Keep it linear. Chris, let's go to you next on.
Yeah. So I've been playing Stray. I finished it, I think, about a night or two ago. And I didn't know what to expect from this game. I remember looking forward to it for a while. It was one of the games that I kind of immediately picked up on, where it's like if I was paying attention to, you know, a smaller title, it was going to be that one, just because I thought the setting was interesting. I liked the art style. I liked the premise that you're just this cat kind of wandering through this neon decrepit robot Tokyo City. I really think the visual language spoke to me very, very early on. And when I started it up, I wasn't sure what to expect. I wasn't sure if it was going to be this difficult platformer. I wasn't sure if it was going to be like a more point and click adventure type thing. I wasn't sure if it was going to be a narrative, like a narrative game with like some slight RPG elements. And I think it's kind of loosely all of those. Like, there were very point and click elements to this that I wasn't expecting. The way that, you know, oh, you need to find this thing to and combine it with this person, or give this item to this person, and they'll give you something that you can use later on. It's not super deep. It's not like this open world where you could just like parkour everywhere you want as a cat. which would have been, I guess, somewhat interesting. I think it's a bit easy. Not in like a bad way, though. I feel really mixed about it because there are things that I feel like this game embodies that, were they to be in different games, would bother me. But because it's this cat game that's kind of dedicated to the setting and the characters that you're surrounded by, and just the ambience, and like there's like some stealth mechanics, and the way that you can climb things isn't exactly as freeform as I initially thought. I remember thinking you'd be able to go kind of anywhere because you're a cat, like why not? But it's really limited to very specific points on the map where you can, like, press X to hop to this point. It's a little linear in that regard, but it adds to kind of like the grace of what you would imagine a cat moving throughout a city like this would feel like where a cat's not going to slip and fall, as he's like running across a beam like that. I could see that being really annoying. So I don't know how to feel about it. I really enjoyed it. I thought the experience was really cool. I actually got myself a lot more invested in the story than I thought I would. I enjoyed a lot of the characters, even though they're just like doing this, like, this Banjo-Kazooie kind of like make a sound a bunch of times kind of communication. I really liked how none of the signs were in English, because it made you feel like an animal that wouldn't understand English would see signs as that. But also the cat understands English, so it's like very bizarre.
That's a confusion to me too. I'm like, does he understand how to read, or does he? Like, I was a little confused by the rules.
There's some disconnect there, where it's like, I like to imagine that this cat is just doing all this stuff by accident, and it makes it like a lot funnier. But I don't know. By the end, I was satisfied. I thought it was like a really beautiful little game. I thought it was gorgeous. There were some frame drops that I had in certain parts, not too often, but enough that I noticed. But overall, I think I would recommend this sincerely. Like, I think it's one of those games that is worth experiencing just because it's so bizarre in the way that it approaches every aspect of it. Like, these robot characters that have different emotions on their face whenever you meow at them. And there's like all these little things that you can do as a cat that don't add anything to the game at all, but for some reason you do them because it's engaging to do. Like, you could just like move a ball a little bit. And like, I spent more time doing that than I care to admit, or just like scratching up furniture just because, like, yeah. You don't get anything for that. I think you maybe get a trophy if you do it like a certain amount of times.
Yeah, I think you do it in every chapter, you get a trophy.
Yeah, but I think there's something really cute about the fact that the game just lets you do that, and it lets you meow on command, and you can see the way people react to you, and there's like characters that are really cool and really, I don't know, it's an interesting little game that I do recommend, especially if you have this PS Plus thing where you could just get it as a part of that. Absolutely, it's like a no-brainer. Like, play it. But it's also not what I was expecting. So
it's for me, I've just kind of abandoned it, much like the cats are abandoned in Stray. But I don't think it's the game. I just think it's me. It's much more of an adventure game than I was like, I don't. Again, this is kind of this is a risk I run because I really try to go in as blind as possible with all games, and I'm pretty persnickety about that. We're going to talk about The Last of Us Part 1 again in a little while because some new things have come out that are relevant to the new package, and I got all the information I could without ever watching any of the videos. Like, I tried to just go to as many sources as I could and just read recaps to try to see like what the video said, because I don't even want to see anything, and I know that game like the back of my hand. So I'm just I like to go in blind, and oftentimes that works, and sometimes it doesn't. And Stray is one of those situations where I think I don't know what I was expecting, but it's not quite what it is. And I think it's cute. I think it's pretty. I think it's very mysterious. I think I could probably go back to it in a different frame of mind and play it and get through it. And maybe I'll do that one day. But for now, I've just kind of moved on. Instead, I started up on a whim. And we talked about it a little bit briefly last week. I started Cyberpunk 2077, and I got to say, I'm pretty invested in this game. Mm-hmm. I was texting with Chris about it a little bit, because I was verifying whether Chris played it, because I was like, I can't remember. We talk about so many games. I'm like, I can't remember if Chris played this, because the stealth in the game particularly, I was like, I think Chris would really like this. But it's very good. And I'll just reiterate what I said last week. It's such a shame that CD Projekt sacrificed this game on the altar of haste as it were. They shouldn't have done what they did to this game, because I don't think, no matter how good this game is and some of the things it does, it's never going to get credit for it. And it probably shouldn't, because I think a product like this, a part of the product's provenance is literally where it came from and how it was made, and under what circumstances and how it was received and all of that. And the fact of the matter is, it was in horrible shape. It shouldn't have been released, shouldn't have been on the PS4 at all. And like things like that matter, I think, when you assess the game. Like, it was a very shitty thing to do to that game. They should have released it on PC only, and they should have said, we're canceling the PS4 version. Simply not acceptable. They would have won plaudits for that.
Yeah.
We'll refund your pre-orders, all the rest. Instead, they lost 75% of their market value, and they have this game that's actually pretty astounding in a lot of ways. Now, I think that the game is the evidence that I see in the game of this notion that studios big and small want to get away from proprietary tech. You can see that in this game. This red engine, which they're like obsessed with and they use, and I understand the point of wanting an internal engine so you don't have to pay licensing fees and all that, but you can just tell that it's really struggling to do what the game wants it to do. And so the game never feels truly full or populated. There are there are moments when you're driving across bridges and stuff and you want to see everything and like see the city, and you just can't. The draw distance just doesn't allow for it. So technically it's not very fine, but in other ways it is extremely AAA, and I just can't particularly get over the presentational value of the game. Like, it doesn't look anywhere near as good, in my opinion, as Horizon does. Like the faces, just the actual textures and everything. But what it really wins at is in the eyes and in the by mission, by situation circumstances in which characters move through the world and move through animations. And it's fucking cool. I was flabbergasted. There's a scene where you're stealing a car back with this woman, and you steal it back, and she budges you over, and you get over, and she gets into the car, and she pulls the seat forward and adjusts the mirror and like checks things. And I'm like, you didn't see that in Fallout 3 or Grand Theft Auto 5 or whatever games were really set a bar at one point for presentation. Yeah. And it happens over and over again. And I really got myself caught into the story of it because I believe it for some reason. Like, I believe them. And I think that goes a long way. Because when you play a game and they're talking too slow and you can just read it and you're like, all right. Like, I play Fallout like that in other games. In this, I'm just letting everyone speak, everyone say what they need to say. And because there's like secret stuff hidden in the sauce if you just let it go. And I also dig the way through conversation. Like, I'm a corpo guy, so like I have that whole option, but also I'm really dumping serious points in like my intelligence and technical skill. And so you have all these interesting ways through things, but I encounter doors that you could obviously just barge through and all these, but I'm not strong enough. And there's like a cool rating where you can use like I don't know, man. I dig it. But a few things I wanted to point out that I liked. I like that the only other game that does this, by the way, that in any effective way are the Grand Theft Auto games, but really to a greater extent, Red Dead Redemption 2 specifically, is that they fill moments of movement with exposition. So it's not like go here, then go here and go here. Like, you drive with someone and you can skip the drive, but not before you have maybe a 5 or 10 minute conversation. And it feels real because you're like looking around, looking out the window. Sometimes an option will come up and there will be a bar under it with a timer, and like you don't say or do anything and it just continues on. I'm really able to role play in the game, so I dig that. And I think the game is methodical. It's slow. Sometimes it's too slow, but there's definitely a lot of different ways to play the game. And I dig that a lot. I just don't think the gunplay and gameplay is like very high quality. And I would say maybe it's for people like me, maybe a little too deep. Like, it's 1 or 2 layers too deep with its systems. And I really do wish that they rejiggered the HUD the UI and the menus for controllers, because it's just so obviously made it for mouse and keyboard, and it's frustrating to go through it. But yeah, I know I'm a year and a half late on Cyberpunk, but it's very, very good. I'm going to continue to play it and really enjoying it.
Yeah,
really enjoying it.
I'm really glad you like it, because I felt crazy for a while because I just happened to have this really unique experience of not having all of the problems that everybody had. So I was just like, yeah, no, it's really good. Like, I feel captivated by it. Like, I feel like it's a really solid story. I feel like all the performances are really great. It's not, I don't think it's, but I will say I don't think it's what they promised, which is kind of the main thing. It's not, there are a lot of different ways to play the game, but it's not as open as they kind of were touting. It's not like the Corpo Street Rat, I think, and I forgot what the other one was. Like there's another
yeah, I'll look them up.
Like a boonies style, like kind of outskirts style backgrounds. They matter in the very beginning, and there's some dialogue options here and there that you can add something that maybe wouldn't be in another person's playthrough, but for the most part, everybody's minute to minute playthrough is good. Like, no character is going to die that no one else is. You're not going to have like one character die for somebody else who like lived the rest of the way. You know, it's not that kind of game. It's not that dynamic, but the presentation of it and the story, and I just think Night City is just a really cool place.
Definitely.
Like, I remember feeling distinctly like I want to actually spend time here. Like, I would love to visit this place because it's so interesting, and like the way the roads are spaced out, and just the way it transitions into like the boonies, and just like all the stuff that's out there, and all the different people who are very clearly specific, and the red light districts, and you know, just the way it looks from a distance, I think is like very striking. It's a really solid game, and it really is a shame that they just completely fucked it by dooming it to the last generation hardware, because I really do feel like I really do mean this, as janky and as imperfect as it was on Xbox Series X and PS5 at launch. I do feel like if they just kept it on those consoles, even with those problems, and kept it on PC and just canceled those other ones for PS4 and Xbox One, I feel like this game would have a far more sterling reputation than it has.
No doubt.
Now.
No, there's no doubt. There's no doubt. Part of the story would have been they canceled it on PS4, but there would have been. I bet they wish they can go back and and have undone that. I don't know why they felt compelled to not cancel the game on PS4, considering how popular they were. It wasn't like they were running on a shoestring. People were fucking amped, and I know people were getting impatient, but they could have done right. And it's good seeing more recently, as we've discussed maybe over the last month, a lot of games are getting canceled on PS4 now. They're just like, no. And this is good. It's time. Way too many games coming to PS4 still. And it's a good baseline for a game like Super Perils of Baking, or one of my games, but it's not a good baseline for these next gen games. And yeah, so I agree. And I just, I agree with you about Night City. It feels so dangerous in like a real way. And I love the ethos of it, where I'm really learning a lot about the game by reading all the stuff in the game and reading all the histories and how it's basically like a city state. And it feels like a Gotham, futuristic Gotham really gone amok. Like, you aren't safe there. If you go, I was reading a cool like codicy about food and how like being a foodie. It was like some foodie guy, and he was saying how basically like you should just order at these certain restaurants because they're safe. And if you want to like go off the beaten path and put your life in your own hands, here's like the really good shit to eat if you're willing to like go through the trouble. And I love all the really dark, comical, ironic but probably realistic things, like they have the health plan thing with the army that comes down and like protects you while they're getting your body away. So they're medics with guns and all the different things. It's very funny, but it feels, but it's not, because
it's not like a Marvel. Well, I guess that just happened. It's not funny in that way. It's funny in the way that a lot of media used to be funny.
Right. It's a realized future of this one path that humanity took, and in which it branched off before our time. And that's what I love about it too, is that the game's future history is totally different even from this point. I think I've read stuff from the 2010s and all of that. And Silverhand himself, who's a main character, I mean, everything that happens with him happens in, right around this time in our world. So it's just a totally different timeline. And so what can spawn from that is really interesting. So I shout out Cyberpunk. But again, because of its not sterling reputation, I felt like shit buying it. I was like, ugh, I'm going to do it. But
But it's conflicting, isn't it? Because it is a good game.
Yeah, no, totally.
It's such a weird. Totally. God, it sucks. So such a shame.
All right, my friends, let's get into the news. Some big news items to get through this week. We'll start with number one. There's a very interesting tidbit in a recent interview website Games Industry Up is conducted with a man named Stefan Deastus, and it indicates that Sony may be interested in ultimately acquiring mega popular Japanese publisher Square Enix after all. But first, some background. And I don't know if I'm saying his name right, but it's Stefan Deastus. Isn't a name you'd likely know, but he's the former head and GM of Eidos Montreal, a studio founded in 2007. You may recall that in 2007, Eidos was still Eidos. It wasn't until 2009 that Square Enix came and bought the brand, as well as the studio and some others in the West. Under Deastus' leadership, who had come from Ubisoft, Eidos Montreal executed 2011's Deus Ex Human Revolution on PS3, as well as 2014's Thief on PS3 and PS4, though he would leave the team late in its development. So this is a man who knows what he says, in part, in a rather extensive article about the history of Eidos Montreal, Square Enix's abandonment of Western games, and more. He says in part, quote, "If I read between the lines, Square Enix Japan was not as committed as we hoped initially. And there are rumors, obviously, that with all these activities of mergers and acquisitions, that Sony would really like to have Square Enix within their wheelhouse. I heard rumors that Sony said they'd be interested in Square Enix Tokyo, but not the rest," end quote. He says this in part because he expresses surprise to the really low selling point for Eidos and for its IP. So all those studios, Crystal and everything else, sold for only $300 million, as we know. Square Enix, which is primarily known for its Japanese output, is of course most famous for Final Fantasy, though it indeed owns scores of IP, including Dragon Quest, NieR, Kingdom Hearts, Front Mission, Mana, and many others. So this is kind of slipped under the radar. I mean, people are talking about it in some corners, but this interview on Games Industry Up is very interesting. Highly recommend people go check it out with this guy. And I know I'm saying his name wrong, so it's D''Astus if you want to go look it up, or see him on Moby Games or anything like that. Dustin, I want to go to you first. The reason that I'm reporting on this and the reason that we're talking about it up front is because wouldn't he know? I mean, we talk about who would know and where rumors come from, and acquisitions don't leak. They don't. Because the people that are involved in them are so high level. I mean, who are you going to be? You're going to be a board member, a CFO, I don't know, some lawyers at a law firm that are doing the liaison between the two companies. It's a lot of people that are not going to say anything. But certainly the head of a studio within the family would know the feel, the vibe, as it were. And if you read the interview, his whole vibe, he left in 2013, like I said, is like Square Enix never believed in any of these studios. And they have no interest in Western development, and they had impossible goals to meet, and that's why they kind of wanted out. And we've kind of seen the evidence of that. But I'm curious if you feel like he's hearing rumors from people that, you know, he's comfortable reporting this. This is a big piece of news, and this is the first time I've heard from a reliable person on the record that would be in the know saying something like Sony is interested in Square Enix. So what do you think?
I think it definitely makes sense for Sony to be interested in Square, just in that they've already cozied up to them many, many times before. And so from a business perspective, especially when you think about Sony being the home for Japanese games and where people that want those types of games go to, then yeah, it, in a lot of ways would make sense to try to lock that deal down. But at the same time, the race to acquire doesn't always make sense to me, just because, as we've said on the show before, if you can get the milk for free, why are you buying the cow? It's like Square Enix knows they're going to sell the most copies of Final Fantasy games on PlayStation. So I'm sure it's very easy for them to receive a check from Sony to lock down Final Fantasy VII Remake. But at the same time, I mean, Sony has just recently shut down Studio Japan and has a small, I mean, I know they're a Japanese company overall, Sony and PlayStation, but as far as their development, it's very minimal in Japan right now. And with Japanese or otaku culture, whatever you want to say, anime fans, the weebs, constantly getting more and more popular, it would make sense that they want some of that IP in their wheelhouse. So I think that, though, it's important for us to say, even though we've said it before, that acquisitions like this suck. Like, it brings me no pleasure. That's like, yeah, we're going to have exclusivity on Final Fantasy, NieR, and Dragon Quest forever going forward. Like, the consolidation of the industry, now that it would quote unquote be in our favor for this one, it's our stance on it, at least mine, has not changed, that I do not like seeing the heavy consolidation. So overall, though, I think that the one last interesting aspect is just that it was weird the way they sold off their non-Japanese studios. Like, kind of just was quiet, a low $300 million sale. But I mean, for something like that with the IP, surely you would think it would be worth more than that. But that's the question that it gets into, is that I think that Sony, if they are interested in Square, then like it says, they weren't necessarily interested in anything outside of their Japanese teams, which makes sense because that's really their bread and butter. And Sony, I can see them not being interested in teams that might have baggage, teams that need massaged and help in order to make those big AAA games. Not that there's anything wrong with Eidos Montreal and the other teams that got sold, but it's not necessarily on the caliber that they were looking for.
Yeah, it's also not what Sony needs, really.
Right.
Like, the stuff that's coming out of those studios is just not something that Sony is particularly lacking in. Like, we already have third-person adventure games up the ass. I don't know. I would agree with Dustin generally. Like, this doesn't. It's interesting that it's coming from somebody so high up and somebody who is as connected as he is, instead of just the general common sense that, yeah, if Square Enix were to be acquired by anybody, it would likely be PlayStation. Not a fan of that possibility.
Yeah, I'm not either. I mean, I think that makes three of us, and we've said that over and over again on the show. It'll be great for our show because we can talk about something huge and actually have, because we just have no fucking games to talk about. So God Almighty, give us something to talk about. But it would be fun from that perspective and covering it and seeing what people's opinions are and what it means and how it all comes out and how it all shakes out in the wash. I would love it from a pundit's point of view and a critic's point of view. But from a player's point of view, I don't want to see this at all. But I think something might be happening here, because I think he would be in the know, very well connected. But I also think this potentially puts the pricing of these entities and their IP into context, because it really was a low price. I think everyone was like, what? $300 million? I mean, just for the studios, I would assume you'd pay more than that. Not any of the IP, because they just have so many they have such a huge concentration of headcount. You just need that right now. However, though they would be in the know about that, it might have behooved Square to be like, listen, just take the shit from us, because the second part of this deal is us getting more money from Sony, as this presumable hypothetical plan goes through, where they're going to get the assets they want. We're going to get more money out of them. It's all going to even out in the end. They're not going to get the shit that they don't want. They're not going to have to be responsible for the layoffs. They don't want Tomb Raider. They own Uncharted. They don't want any of this shit. So just move on and just get what we can. And I think that's what they did. Now, Dustin, in his write-up, if people want to go read it up in the interview, he says something along the lines of, what's sad about the price is that it suggests that there just wasn't very much of a market. And that's one interpretation, and maybe a reasonable one. I think another interpretation was that it was somewhat of a fire sale to lighten the load in anticipation of high-level conversations that could be happening between these two companies. God, I hope that's not the case, though. I think we all agree with that. I just don't want Sony to buy Square Enix. I don't want Sony to buy anyone. I just don't know how many more times I can say this. I want them to make new things and invest in new companies. By all means, get your Blue Points and your Nixes and even your Bungies to take things off of people's plates, but really focus on creativity. And you're right, Dustin. You're not getting the milk for free per se. You're paying for marketing and probably paying a piece of the development cost, but you're getting all of the benefit. So it doesn't matter. You don't need to buy the cow. Like, you don't need to buy Square. It doesn't do anything for you. And by the way, a big part of Square's fan base is on Nintendo. And I wonder how they would feel about that. Like, if Sony bought Square, my assumption is that nothing would change. So it's like, so like, if you're a fanboy, what is even the excitement about that? Nothing's going to change. Or are they suddenly going to be like, no, now all of the Square Enix exclusives we've done on Nintendo over the years, they're all going to come over to PlayStation now. It's going to be over. No more new games for you guys. I don't think first parties rather want to put themselves in those positions. It proved pretty powerless for Microsoft, and they took a lot of lumps, and a lot of other people I'm sure paid attention. They've done it twice because no one has bought anything like Bethesda or Activision. And so this is something to keep an eye on, I think. I just don't believe the general rumor mongering from people in the industry about I'm hearing this from this. It's like you aren't hearing shit from anyone, because how the fuck would you know? And how would anyone you know? It's preposterous. Like, financial dealings at the highest legal and critical financial levels done between, there are law firms that exist just to be the intermediary, to keep everything secret, to work together. And if you're not in the boardroom or in the CFO's office, I just don't know how you know. And so I don't believe a lot of those leaks.
This does just strike me as one of those things that's kind of like, it's not that far of, how do I say it? It's not all that unimaginable that this deal could have. It's a pretty predictable deal as far as like mergers and acquisitions go. You know what I mean? Like, it's like Square Enix and Sony, as much as we don't want that to happen, it's a lot more predictable than like Microsoft and Bethesda to me. Like that Microsoft and Bethesda was confusing to me. Like, I just didn't understand like what the purpose was. But they have them now, and then now we just don't even really think about it. But Square Enix and Sony have always been pretty tight together. So I don't know. I don't even think you need to necessarily hear this from anybody to just kind of assume something and then potentially be right in the future. But hopefully they're wrong.
Yeah, and we, like we said, the trend in Japanese game development has actually for a longer period of time been consolidative. Like, we talk about Square Enix, there are two companies. Yeah. Bandai
Koei
Namco,
Tecmo.
2 companies. Koei Tecmo, 2 companies. They all came together, and others. So it's and you have other powers at play like Katakawa and others. So I agree with you, Chris. Like, I think that this is a distinct possibility. I think that if you gamed out a certain angle, you could see now why the $300 million cost was there, because it's like, maybe it was really fast. Maybe it's like $300 million. That's the deal. No discovery, no nothing. We need to know within 10 days. You can send your people over here. We'll open our books up to you. You need to tell us in the next week. That's the deal. Right. And that, it could be like that. I mean, that happens all the time. That happened, by the way. That was, I think, how IGN was sold back in the day. It was just like, you have this is the deal on the table. You have to kind of jump in. And I think that when Ziff Davis came in and bought IGN when I was there, I think part of the good deal they got, no one really knows exactly how much it was, but I think part of the good deal was it was just like there was no real time for discovery. Like, when you very carefully deliberate a deal, you take a lot of time, but time is money. So of course, if you lower the cost, then the risk is lessened. And so you might be willing to jump in without having seen inside the books and know exactly how everything works. And so that's another possibility, but who the fuck knows? I love this kind of stuff. Very mysterious what's going on with Square Enix and Sony, but I agree. They don't need to get married. They're already sleeping together, right? Like, they already are. They've been a couple for a long time. They're a common law marriage. They don't need to make it official. Okay. Number 2, in a report about the apparently evolving culture at mega popular game studio Rockstar, we finally learned some new details about the upcoming Grand Theft Auto 6. Most of the story is about boring shit you've already heard about studios 5,000 times by now. Game devs work long and hard hours, and it can be a childish industry, but there are important details in the mix. For starters, Rockstar employees themselves know how long the wait between GTA 5 and 6 has been, and that it's absurd. And according to the article, some of that long time wait can be attributed to COVID. Quote, the delay is also due to some of the changes that the company implemented in an effort to improve working conditions, such as restructuring of the design department and a pledge to keep overtime under control, end quote. Where the bad news comes for some is that, at least according to this article, Rockstar may be taking a far more progressive turn, which strikes dead in the face of Grand Theft Auto itself, which is an outrageous satire of America where no one is safe. But recent moves taken by the developer, including removing a trans-related joke from an old GTA game and canceling a cops and robbers style of mode for GTA Online, strike many as an overcorrection. And the article notes that, quote, developers are being cautious not to punch down by making jokes about marginalized groups in contrast to previous games, end quote. And here are some of the details on GTA 6 itself, which is apparently going to co-star a Latina woman. Quote, original plans for the title, which is codenamed Project Americas, were for it to be more vast than any Grand Theft Auto game to date. Early designs called for the inclusion of territories modeled after large swaths of North and South America, according to people familiar with the plans. But the company reeled in those ambitious plans and cut the main map down to a fictional version of Miami, or Vice City, and its surrounding areas. Rockstar's plan is now to continually update the game over time, adding new missions and cities on a regular basis, which the leadership hopes will lead to less crunch during the game's final months. Still, the game's world remains large, with more interior locations than previous GTA games impacting the timeline, end quote. Rockstar, co-founded in the late 90s, in part by the brothers Sam and Dan Houser, is responsible for some of the most iconic video games ever created. Its Grand Theft Auto franchise, which rose to mainstream popularity with PlayStation 2's GTA 3 in 2001, most recently saw a mainline release in 2013 with the launch of Grand Theft Auto 5. At 165 million copies sold, it's the best-selling game of all time outside of Minecraft, and Rockstar is also responsible for the 10th best-selling game of all time, 2018's Red Dead Redemption 2. Okay. Homestead, we got a lot of people writing in about this, so let's get through some of this. Homestead Novice wrote in and said, "Hello, my slit is with attitude. After reading the reports about GTA 6, I've become completely unexcited about the next entry in the franchise. With Rockstar's signature wit and humor falling by the wayside, do you think we'll ever see a AAA game with a nothing is sacred, ridicule everyone style of humor ever again? Thanks for the amazing show week after week, and please proceed with pounding that pollo." You will. Thank you, Homestead Novice. So I want to separate two things because there's two things that are controversial, and one of them shouldn't be controversial, and one of them should be controversial. So let me acknowledge the thing that shouldn't be controversial first by getting in a couple more inquiries from the audience. Fishdig wrote in and said, "Senior Slitters, with the Bloomberg leak of a possible GTA 6 protagonist being female, do you think that Rockstar have taken too long in doing this?" And Ladae says, "Hey CDC, what is up with some people's obsession with calling everything woke? Apparently having a female Latina protagonist is woke, and Rockstar should be ashamed for doing such a thing. Some people are just making extra leaps of judgment without even letting Rockstar speak for themselves." So I wanted to present all of this from Homestead Novice, Fishdig, and Ladae. Thank you for writing in. Two different things here. The female protagonist thing is awesome. I'm excited about that. It's great. I don't think most Grand Theft Auto fans are going to be worried about the race of the person. After all, CJ was black, going all the way back to San Andreas in 2004. So I don't think that's going to be anything new. And it's been a long time coming, getting a woman protagonist, and I think that's awesome. I do think it's fucking lame that people think that's the problem, that's woke. Who gives a shit?
That is crazy to me.
Yeah, like that's just insanity. The problem lies in not making jokes that punch down. Really? Like not leaning into the full satire of American life and the texture of Americana. That's what makes Grand Theft Auto funny, is that no one is safe in in San Andreas or Liberty City or Vice City. That they make fun of everyone. Right-wing people, left-wing people, the rich, the poor, the gay, the straight, the black, the white. Everyone is lampooned. And it really is extremely concerning to hear this. So I'm curious, Chris, what do you think?
Yeah, I don't like the terminology that they're using. Like I don't like this idea that in order for something to be legitimately funny, it has to be funny by these specific guidelines. You know what I mean? Like by like, oh, you cannot talk about this, you cannot make jokes about this. And it's like I don't think that's ever been what made GTA special. I'm honestly, for me, I'm more concerned at the fact that the lead writers of every single other Grand Theft Auto game are gone. That is to me what's concerning, because if Dan Houser and what's the other one? Oh my, Sam. If they came out and said like, yeah, we're approaching it a little bit more socially conscious, but it's still going to be GTA, I would be a lot less worried than I am now with like kind of like a new generation of writers coming in and being like, oh, well, we shouldn't make that joke now. That to me is where the concern is, because there are ways to be very, very socially conscious and progressive and lampoon everybody. I think The Boys is a fantastic example where if you've ever seen The Boys, you know that show makes fun of absolutely everybody. There's like this great scene in the most recent season, literally the season that just aired this year, where they go to this like fair and it's branded with all this like pride memorabilia, and it's like LGBT turkey legs and like the woke walk, and it's just like all this like really pandering profiteering, but it also makes fun of like genuine, you know, the people. It also makes fun of the people who are incredibly angry about that stuff and not angry about things that actually. And it's I think it does a great job of it for the most part. And there are ways to do that. I just worry about where the skill level is of the writers who are inheriting this incredible series, and whether or not they can match or supersede or surpass that. I think it's a big ask for anybody to kind of step into the shoes of Grand Theft Auto and make it feel like Grand Theft Auto without the main people behind it. And I don't know. I just don't know how you make Grand Theft Auto a game where you are free to do literally anything you want, a game where you can sleep with a hooker and kill them, a game where you can run through a crowd of pedestrians in a truck and make that socially conscious. You know what I mean? It's in the way that people are hoping, or in the way that people are expecting it to be. Right. I actually don't expect this game to be like some Weenie Hut Jr. version of Grand Theft Auto. Like I'm not expecting this to really mean that much once we get down to the actual game, because there's only so much you can reel back in Grand Theft Auto before it's not Grand Theft Auto anymore. And you're just not, you're not going to be able to shoot anybody in the street because school shootings happen. You know what I mean? Like, because gun violence is a problem. Are they not going to have guns? Like, there's no way they're going to go that far. And because of that, I feel a little bit more at ease, but it is concerning language. I'll wait until obviously we see anything out of this. It might be years before we even, I mean, there's rumors of, I think, what did they say? Like 2024?
Yeah.
I don't know if
that seems ambitious. Yeah. But
yeah, I'll reserve my judgment until we see more of it and we know more about what it actually is at the end of this cycle. But it is concerning language, to be sure, because Grand Theft Auto has always existed as a satire of America.
Right.
And you cannot have a satire of America without addressing uncomfortable topics and uncomfortable situations.
Certainly. I think, Dustin, I want to get you involved in this because I think you hit on a good point. For it to feel real, it needs to be holistic. And I think certain shows, like I've never seen The Boys, but I think shows like The Simpsons historically, I don't know anymore. I haven't watched The Simpsons in so long, and South Park, I think have both done a really good job of just making fun of everything. And no one is safe. You don't know. I mean, I think it's really uncomfortable for a lot of deeply progressive people to understand that that South Park really hates them too, right? And that's an unusual thing in society. That's why it's so interesting, because no one ever really swings at certain progressive third rails and all of the rest. But it doesn't have to only be that, because I think about the wonderful Lost and Damned DLC for GTA 4, and that's about white trash. And that's cool, right? That's great. Whiskey Tangos. Yeah. Like you gotta talk about them. And of course, Ballad of Gay Tony was kind of a lampooning of a gay guy, right? In some way. And that was that. I wonder if these things, now we like Gay Tony, but I wonder if you could even have a game named Ballad of Gay Tony anymore. Like, I know it still exists, but would you be able to get that through? Would people have a problem with that? It's just, I want to make sure that they're unfettered and not worried about any retaliation, because the reality is that that's what people want. And if they're smart, they will listen to the people that play their games. And I think that they're smart enough to know that the press is irrelevant. The press didn't sell one copy of GTA 5. The press didn't sell one copy of Red Dead. The press isn't the reason people play GTA Online still to this day. But you know what this reminds me of? Before I go to Dustin, I wanted to say this too, is it reminds me a little bit of Howard Stern, who I love. Proud son of Long Island, who I just think he's the fucking funniest, or he was the funniest dude. But about 5-10 years ago, he kind of had a turn where he became more socially conscious and stopped saying really offensive things and stopped doing the old stuff. And it's not the same. And I think that it's like, you made the mistake of thinking we wanted something else, but we actually want you for the people should go watch Howard Stern stuff from the 80s and 90s and even into the 2000s on YouTube. It's wild. It's absolutely insane. And that was what was fun about it. It was so wrong. It was so, you're like looking over your shoulder being like, should I even be listening to this? Should I even be watching this? And that's kind of Grand Theft Auto's place in culture. So we can't lose sight of that. It is called Grand Theft Auto, a crime, a felony. I think we can work with it, but I agree with you, Chris, that we haven't seen anything yet. And by the way, this isn't Rockstar themselves speaking. These are sources, so who the hell knows who they are? Dustin, I'm sorry, let's get you involved.
I don't know if I have a lot to add from what you guys have said already. I think the only thing I will say is just that it's always interesting to me that it's like, I feel like a sign of equality is the fact that it's like everyone's getting made fun of equally. Like that's like true assimilation into culture, is if it's like, oh yeah, there's jokes and it's okay. Like there's a difference between like we'll just say like a normal joke and a hateful joke. Like you can very clearly hear the difference between those things. And I guess it's just like, obviously Grand Theft Auto, we know it's this offensive product. It always has been. It needs, so it's like, why would you change what you are? But I think it's a layer deeper than that, where it's like in Grand Theft Auto, you can drive your car through a crowd of people, which is a very like technically offensive thing. Like this is shit that happens now. Like it's like the product inherently is offensive by what you could, the gameplay itself. And yet we're concerned about punching down. Like it doesn't make any sense from an identity perspective, but I don't know. Well, I'm curious if this could be overblown in some standpoint, just because it does feel, I don't want to say it's sensational, like it's made up, but it's obviously an angle that is very compelling. And I'm curious when we actually see some of the writing of this game, it's as bad as it sounds.
We will see in the years to come. I wonder when they'll officially announce it. Probably not anytime soon. Okay.
Yeah.
Number 3. If reporting from website Bloomberg is any indication, the upcoming Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic remake, which was slated to be a timed console exclusive for PlayStation 5, is in deep trouble. For the uninitiated, Knights of the Old Republic, known colloquially as KOTOR, is one of the most famous and beloved Star Wars video games ever made. Developed by BioWare, which would later go on to create the likes of Mass Effect and Dragon Age, KOTOR was launched as an Xbox console exclusive in 2003. Interestingly, it actually came to Switch last year in its original form, but is otherwise unplayable anywhere outside of mobile and PC, and so its availability even in its original format on PlayStation would be notable. But this remake, announced in 2021, was set to be a ground-up remake. The project was being led by Texas-based for-hire team Aspyr, which has since found itself in the expansive Embracer Group family. Aspyr has never remotely made a project this big, and is in fact best known for porting games to PC, macOS, Linux, and other platforms, which it has long done so ably. So now we come to Bloomberg's reporting, which states that the PS5 KOTOR remake from Aspyr is delayed indefinitely. On the back of that, both the game's art director and design director were fired, and that KOTOR remake, quote, is on pause, and that the company will look for new contracts and development opportunities, end quote, according to Bloomberg sources. Details are otherwise scarce, but here's a juicy piece of the story, quote, on June 30th, Aspyr finalized a demo of the game known as a vertical slice to show to production partners Lucasfilm and Sony. The developers were excited about it and felt that they were on track, so they were shocked by what happened next. The following week, the company fired director Brad Prince and art director Jason Miner, ellipsis. Aspyr studio heads told staff that the vertical slice wasn't where they wanted it to be and that the project would be paused. One person familiar with the discussion suggested that a disproportionate amount of time and money had gone into the demo and that the project's current course wasn't sustainable. Another point of contention may be the timeline. At the outset of development, Aspyr told staff and partners it would release the game by the end of 2022. Developers said a more realistic target now would be 2025. End quote. Holy moly. Dustin, let's stick with you. What the hell happened with KOTOR? Knights of the Old Republic remake, which was supposed to be a timed console exclusive. I think Sony actually was acting as a publishing partner on this as well, so I don't know how much money they invested in this game, but they have publishing markings on the trailer, so I assume something. What do you think of this whole story? This is obviously Maddie just crestfallen, just can't even believe it. Maddie, he's all a shamble. What do you think?
Well, I think this just goes back to some of our confusion when this game got announced. Obviously, there's going to be a ton of excitement for when a beloved title like KOTOR gets an announcement to be remade, because that's something people have wanted for so long. There's a but, though, and a very major big but, and that is that it's being made by Aspyr, which there's nothing wrong with Aspyr inherently, but they're not known for remaking games. They're known for porting games. Specifically, I think their bread and butter was porting games to Mac for years. I remember booting up like Civilization and Civilization 5 and 6 and then being ported by Aspyr onto Mac. And so it is concerning. I guess it was concerning out the gate that you see a studio that's doesn't normally do something like this taking on one of the, like I said earlier, one of the most beloved titles of all time. It's not exactly promising news, but I think it's fair, or it was fair for us at the time, to at least give them the benefit of the doubt that maybe they have something really awesome. They've got either a demo, something like that they really have a passion for this project and can pull it off, was, I think, everyone's hope. But now it seems like some of that is the shit is hitting the fan. And so it's one of those things where I don't want to say it was predictable that this was going to happen, but it was predictable that this could be a possibility. And so I don't know. At this point, you kind of hope that someone can just come in and take care of this, whether it's moving it over to another team or I don't know. I just don't know if Aspyr at this point, if this is who we want making this game, if at this point there's still really nothing to show for it. You know, like there needs to be an actual progress to be made. And it sounds like nothing's really happened.
Dude, let me just get this out there from Stray Bullets, who wrote in before I even go on my diatribe. He says, "Hey fellas, I'm sure this topic will be poked at by many listeners, but I have a tangent to touch on pertaining to this and others that may not. KOTOR Remake is being shelved indefinitely. This may come as a surprise to a lot of people, but not to me. I was utterly confused at such an ambitious project being placed in the hands of a studio whose repertoire largely consists of ports of nearly 20-year-old games. So how did we get here? How did Aspyr end up with such a massive project in their lap as opposed to a more proven and capable developer? No knock to the team and individuals at Aspyr. They no doubt have their own specific talents and skills, but maybe this should really be something as a stay-in-your-lane situation for developers. Could farming these types of nostalgia-driven projects to the lowest bid be an ongoing problem in the industry? Yes. Of course, we've talked about this extensively with Grove Street Games and Grand Theft Auto. The GTA trilogy should have been done internally. Like, I cannot even fathom that wasn't being done internally. We want to talk about important games. I mean, that's incredible. So I think others are seeing what's happening, and that was just supposed to be a remaster where AI remastering just got out of control. This is a ground up remake. And there are some rumors. I mean, I don't know the substance of these, but that like the remake of KOTOR was actually something more than that it's supposed to be some sort of mixture of the two games. And I don't know exactly how that, because there's a second KOTOR game, if people don't know, that was by Obsidian. And I don't know if that's true or not, but it doesn't seem like it was a linear Blue Point style Shadow of the Colossus remake or something. There's something more to it than that. And I agree. I don't know how the fuck they picked this team, other than that this was the team that ported KOTOR to some other platforms. So they, I guess, were most familiar with the inner workings of it. But you don't fire your creative and game director in the middle of development of a game. I mean, that's catastrophic. That's an absolutely almost, I don't want to say almost unheard of thing. I mean, they blew it. I mean, those guys must have absolutely blown it. And I would love to see like what condition the game's in that they missed this initial milestone or this important milestone. And it sounds like they're just incredibly over budget. And the over budget part of it seems to be because they said it was going to take till 2022. So this year. And now they're saying 2025. So the game's completely fucked. And I have no idea why a studio, or I'm not a studio, but an entity like Disney, Marvel, all the others and all the others under them, Lucas and all the others, they seem to make pretty good decisions. Matching up machine games with Indiana Jones, that sounds pretty compelling to me. That sounds like a good thing. Making a new Marvel Ultimate Alliance game, cool. Spider-Man with Insomniac, Wolverine with Insomniac, great. We're going to talk about Black Panther in a little while and rumors around that. But Aspyr, it just seems, it does seem like a strange one to me. Chris, what are your thoughts here?
Yeah, I mean, a 3-year delay is a pretty fucking massive. You might as well just make a new one at that point. KOTOR Remake was never going to be something as simple as Shadow of the Colossus remake. Like Shadow of the Colossus plays completely functionally well. There's all you really need for that game is a new coat of paint, and that's all you would really have to do. But KOTOR requires a lot of like from the ground up reworking. Like what we were going to see from a worthy remake of Knights of the Old Republic was along the same lines as Final Fantasy VII Remake. That is the type of remake you're going to get, because I'm sorry, I know Maddie will. I'm sure Maddie will call an assassin upon me, as he lives very close. He can kill me. Knights of the Old Republic does not play well. Like no. you cannot repackage that game with a new coat of paint and put it out now and expect a good reception to it. It needs to be built from the ground up with a modern design philosophy, with a modern lens, but using the same framework of the original material. That is what you need for a game like this. And I have a feeling that maybe, just maybe, there was an initial intention of having KOTOR be a remaster early on, and then maybe Aspyr was like, you know what? We aspire to greater things. We have a lot of ambition. Let's actually like really like balls to the wall. Let's make ourselves a proper remake. And then they just couldn't do it. That's kind of the sense that I get. I know it's like really simplified, and there's no way that it's all likelihood that's probably not what happened. But it strikes me as something like that, where, I mean, I know there's a comment here about Final Fantasy VII Remake, and I tend to agree.
Well, yeah, let's read it. It's from Brent Lindquist. He says, "Hey fellas, I was disheartened to learn this week that Aspyr's KOTOR remake has been indefinitely put on hold. Am I the only person that sees the parallels here to Final Fantasy VII Remake situation? Obviously, we got the best possible outcome in that situation, but what's the move here? For me, KOTOR represented an outstanding Star Wars story during a time of very shitty Star Wars stories, and I hope they treat this remake with the utmost care. As always, thanks for the show." Thanks, Brent, for writing in. So yeah, you see the parallel here, Chris?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, you had a studio building a remake of a very beloved game. It was not what it was supposed to be. The studio then, obviously we're not at that point in this story yet with KOTOR, but at a certain point they took Final Fantasy VII Remake internally, and then it came out and it was great. And it all really depends on what happens with KOTOR now. Like, this is the turning point. This is where the story either goes to a redemption arc in 3 years, when either some other studio takes it off their hands, because it can't be done internally, because there's no, BioWare doesn't do this anymore. EA doesn't. The licensing rights are all fucked, so it's not exactly a 1-to-1 situation. But there's no question that this is the crossroads that KOTOR is on right now. It can either continue on the path that it is, and it can like go from developer to developer to developer, and then end up being like a weird, I don't even know, like end up being like a Duke Nukem situation where 10 years later you get a version of the game that just sucks. Or you can find a competent studio like you should have done in the first place, and maybe it'll turn out to be great. But this is catastrophically bad news for this game. Like I was genuinely surprised to see this. Not necessarily that it was delayed, but the indefinite delay, in addition to the firing of 2 key people on the design team, on the game, on the development team. That's not something you recover from. So Aspyr's definitely off this. And I just don't know who they're going to get in, because so few developers nowadays are available, and the few that aren't necessarily like, they're not fluent in this type of game. So like, what do you even do? I feel like this game is just fucked now.
Yeah, I would agree. I think the indefinite delay just turns into a vaporware situation. I want to bring this in from Zachary Newell, who says, "Hello, my Slitter wizards. What in the hell is going on over at Aspyr Media? With both the design and art directors fired, as well as very poorly received Vertical Slice, KOTOR Remake has been put on hold indefinitely. I find it insanely shady that this company had the balls to target a 2022 release window, with internal leaks suggesting the game wouldn't be ready until 2025 at the earliest. How many more studios are going to overpromise and underdeliver on expectations and deadlines they clearly know they cannot make? Also, was it irresponsible on Sony's part to even include them in the showcase? I don't know. I wonder. I don't think this must have been a milestone, but certainly not the first Vertical Slice. If they were aiming for such an ambitious release date, then they must have known and seen much more than this beforehand. So there's something has gone inherently wrong, and I don't know. And if anyone has worked on the game, listening and should reach out. But I do want to say, connecting to the earlier thing about, do we see the connection to Final Fantasy VII? I do, but I also don't. And here's where I want to say, like, Aspyr is no CyberConnect. Like, CyberConnect is a much better studio than Aspyr, and they couldn't handle Final Fantasy VII Remake. So can you imagine how over their heads people at Aspyr must have been? I mean, at least with CyberConnect, like, they made Dragon Ball games and Naruto games, and they did Dot Hack, and
right,
and they made that Demon Slayer game that sold like 3 million copies recently, and so, like, they've done shit. And I don't think they were anywhere near as talented enough to get to anywhere near a Final Fantasy game, in my opinion. But the parallels are there, but the parallels actually don't draw very, very well for Aspyr, who is never, as far as I can tell, ever done a game of any consequence that's not a port. I mean, I looked pretty carefully at their stuff. And so, Dustin, what do you make of the KOTOR fiasco in terms of Aspyr kind of getting in over their heads and staying in your lane, as Stray Bullet says, and connections to Final Fantasy VII and CyberConnect? And do you think we'll see this game again?
I feel like at this point, I highly doubt that it will be from Aspyr if it comes out at all. Like, at this point, I kind of wonder if
abandon ship. I would say, just get the original port out to everyone. It's already on Switch. Just get it. Right. Just get it out and just be done with it.
Well, and I think that too, that there's probably some sensitivity from the Disney side where they have had controversies involving Star Wars video games before, specifically the Battlefront 2 fiasco and stuff like that. And so I'm sure that they are looking at this and they are getting red flags. And so they might dip as well. I don't know how the contract would work for something like that. But at this point, I think that it would be, if it's clear there is market demand for this product. So I feel like it's obvious that they can make it happen. It just needs to be given to somebody else probably at this point. And like I said, it's like Spire done a lot of great work with making ports and stuff like that. And if they wanted to get into like more proper developing, remaking games, maybe the first project shouldn't have been this. Maybe there should have been some stepping stones in between.
I will say that I don't think Sony pulls the plug on something like this lightly with its publishing partners. I think I was talking in our Discord that there's a few examples of them doing this in the past, but it doesn't often happen. Remember Me is still probably the biggest example of a Sony exclusive that Sony pulled the plug on during development. That it was called a drift at the time when Don't Nod was making it for Sony on PS3, and Capcom obviously came in later and got that game to market. We saw that recently with, of course, The Quarry, more recently with Supermassive and 2K Games coming in. That was supposed to be a Google Stadia game. And I was thinking about the Michel Ancel game, Wild. Remember that? That was announced at Gamescom in 2014. I was there, actually, during the announcement. And it was supposed to be this PS4 exclusive about animals and all this shit. And 8 years later, that game never came out. So Sony does walk away when necessary. It's just unclear, because it's a PlayStation game, they're co-publishing, or because it's a Lucas game, rather, they're co-publishing it. And so I don't know what their investment was in it, but certainly that's an important timed exclusive that will no longer be on the radar anymore, and makes you wonder, will they get another Star Wars game, or do they care? I mean, I'm sure they care, but like, do they want to replace it? Remember, the rumors when Sony was really close with Rockstar during the PS3 era was that because that game Agent was never delivered, that Sony was ultimately owed an exclusive from Rockstar, and we saw how that happened, which never happened. So I wonder what that game would have been like. Okay. Is there anything else? Oh, yeah, there's one more. We talked a little bit about this, but Dr. Shadi Haddad wrote in and said, "Hello, Glitter Slitters. With the seemingly all but confirmed cancellation of KOTOR Remake, the game needs saving. Since Sony paid for timed exclusivity, they'll have to swoop in to enact any change. If I understand correctly, Sony and Lucasfilm can pick the developers, right? Who do you commission the game to? I personally think Guerilla would be the best to get it done. They have 2 successful open-world action games with RPG mechanics in Horizon 1 and 2. They know how to create a robust dialogue system, and they just finished up Forbidden West, so they're relatively early into their next project. What do you say?" No way. Sony should contract this is the kind of game that Bluepoint would have been, like, you would have conceived make. But but to Chris's point, KOTOR's not in great shape. It's not. I mean, I remember even at the time playing it, I wrote the strategy guide for it. It wasn't very good. I mean, it's a really fun game, but from a gameplay perspective, it needs to be reworked. I think that's why they were like, it's not sufficient to simply re-release it. We should try to do more, but I think that's the most they can hope for. Are there any studios that stick out to either of you that you would want to see on it?
Definitely not. I don't see what he sees in Guerilla for this project personally. Like I don't know if Horizon has a particularly robust dialogue system, at least anywhere to the degree of a KOTOR or even most full-fledged RPGs. You know, it's fine. It does what it's supposed to do, and I guess it is like a remake, so all you really have to do is put whatever was in there in the first place. So I guess they could do it, but like also, I wouldn't want to see Guerrilla doing this. I'm with you where I just feel like Bluepoint makes the most sense, obviously, but as far as like a developer that could jump into this and do it right, I don't know if anything's coming to mind because I'm too caught up in the fact that I know what everybody's doing currently, and I know like how the licensing and all that stuff wouldn't work.
Yeah, maybe something new would be nice instead.
Yeah.
Let's get a new Star Wars game. Dustin, do you have anything new to add as I make my fart noises?
It's the only team that comes to mind to me that would, I feel like, kind of make some sense since they have some heritage with this IP is Obsidian, but obviously very busy and owned by Microsoft, but they've kind of become this studio that has bloomed into something that can handle a lot of these big AAA, not that they couldn't before, but think of games like Outer Worlds and stuff like that, and now they're doing Avowed. So clearly they've got like huge AAA chops now. And so maybe they could kind of go back and remake it and do it right this time. Obviously, it wouldn't work out for a lot of different reasons, but they're the first that came to my mind.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
We'll see with what happens with KOTOR, but I wouldn't expect to ever see it, at least in this form. Okay. Number 4. In a fresh post on the official PlayStation blog, Sony has given potential consumers of PSVR 2 a look at the so-called user experience. The post, written by product manager Yasuo Takahashi, illustrates some of what players can expect when they put PlayStation VR 2 on their heads and begin looking through it. While we've gotten word on technical details, other information has been scarce, at least until now. One cool feature outlined is called the see-through view. As written on the blog, quote, "You can see your surroundings while wearing the headset with our new see-through feature, ellipsis. Thanks to PSVR 2's embedded front cameras, users can press the function button on the headset to switch between viewing your surroundings or viewing content in PSVR 2, end quote. Additionally, quote, "A new broadcast feature for PSVR 2 will allow you to film yourself while playing by connecting a PS5 HD camera to the console. It's a great way to show your movement and reactions during a boss battle and share your reactions with your fellow gamers as it happens," end quote. Takahashi also outlines other neat features, like the ability to scan your room with your controllers and headset to create a customized play area that will warn you if you're about to collide with something or someone or get in the way of something. And like the original PSVR, PSVR 2 will support cinematic mode that will allow players to use PlayStation 5 completely in VR as a flat screen. Unfortunately, the blog doesn't share information on any new games, nor does it share release window timing or price, possibly the two biggest unknown facing prospective buyers, and we're going to get into the price in a minute. But Dustin, let's stick with you first. Does any of this do anything for you, this new trickle of PSVR 2 information?
It would be exciting from the perspective of someone who's only owned the first PlayStation VR, because these features are kind of standard now, or at least they feel standard to me thinking about the work Oculus has done with Oculus Quest. Like, yeah, pass-through mode, being able to map out your surroundings, getting warnings when you're getting close to the edge of your barrier. That's all stuff that Oculus has done for a while now. So it's cool. It's like one of those things where it's like, it's nice that we're getting it. This announcement is nice, but it's kind of like expected feature sets for VR going forward. So I'm more interested in the games at this point, but I guess they kind of got to set the primer first. So I get it.
What do you think? Anything here for you, Chris?
Yeah, I largely agree. I feel like all of these. I mean, I don't have any desire to record myself while I'm with a PS5 camera. You know, like that to me is like, you know, it's cool that you could do that. I guess more functionality is not bad necessarily, but yeah, the see-through mode is pretty standard. That is at least in Oculus Quest 2. It wasn't in the Vive when I had it in 2017 or 2018, whenever that was. It was the Vive Pro 2, I think, that I had that didn't have the see-through mode. But since then, it's been pretty standard. I think I'm more interested in like I just want to hold the controller and see how it works. Like, honestly, like that's my big thing. It's like I'm already sold on the premise of this. I just want to use it to really get a feel for like how it differentiates and like whether or not. I mean, it's obviously going to be a huge step up from PSVR 1, no doubt. But I feel like there's not really much convincing you can do for me with VR until I use the thing. It's like a very tactile type of method of play, and I can read as much as I want about it for weeks on end. It's just not going to satisfy me until I actually get a chance to use this thing.
An important component, of course, is the price, which we don't know yet, but something unusual happened, and people wrote in about this, of course, in a parallel mode. Fozzie Bear wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Buds, next week, Meta will raise the price of its Quest 2 headsets by $100 for each model. Besides the fact that consumer tech rarely, if ever, sees a price increase for older models, imagine PlayStation raising PS5 prices to $599 and $499. Do you think this gives PlayStation an even better chance at competitively pricing PSVR 2? Yes. I'm sure Sony saw this and was like, this is awesome, because we have a huge leeway now. Like they could be thrilled for two reasons. They could say, now our shit's going to be cheaper, or now we can sell it at the exact same price and no one's going to say anything else, and we don't have to lose a lot of money. This is great for Sony. But this is incredible. I don't remember. Can you guys think of any electronic device that went up in price? I can't. I'm sure it exists, but I can't think of anything.
Nothing off the top of my head. This is kind of wild. I guess I'm glad I got it.
And I'm saying like finished electronic products, not boards and all this kind of stuff. I know those go up in price, but it is crazy. Like, you don't do that lightly. I'm sure that's a catastrophic decision, and probably helped sell quite a few too, because people can still, they like warned people that they were doing it. So you can still buy ones in the pipeline, but I don't know, man. $100 up each, according to GamesIndustry.biz, that makes it $400 for the 128 gig one and $500 for the 256 gig version. This gives them a lot of leeway. I mean, imagine if they can get the thing into $300, just straight up cheaper. And I think that would be ideal for them at that point. But $400, I think, is probably more reasonable. I don't know. I write in, by the way, if you have any examples, write in the thread with any examples of a finished electronic consumer product that they repriced and put it up in price.
Right. It has to be MSRP going up, not
right, exactly.
eBay sales. Or something.
I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but I'm sure that they exist. Okay. Number 5. In a new post on the official PlayStation blog, and is backed up by a lengthy video outlining the upcoming experience, Sony-owned developer Naughty Dog has expanded further about what players can expect on September 2nd, when the surprisingly contentious PS5 exclusive The Last of Us Part 1 launches. A ground-up remake of the 2013 smash hit original, which first called PlayStation 3 home, Part 1 has left many players with a bad taste in their mouths, particularly concerning the game's premium price tag. Leaks indicated that the game may not be all it's cracked up to be, but Naughty Dog and Sony have quickly acted to combat this notion. Here's what's written on the blog in part, quote, "From the art direction to the character models, the entire game has been rebuilt from the ground up to take advantage of a new generation of graphical capability, allowing this game to reach the visual fidelity that the studio aspired for when crafting this experience. The PS5's powerful hardware drives a host of visual benefits, from denser physics with tons of bumpables and chippables and cinematics now transition seamlessly to gameplay. Motion matching technology means the character animations flow more convincingly, intuitively, and realistically, all adding another layer of believability to characters in their interactions with the world. Further, AI upgrades mean that characters inhabit the world in a more authentic and realistic way, such as buddy characters navigating cover to avoid enemy NPC sightlines more authentically," end quote. That was probably the worst part of the original game, in my opinion. We already know the game will run at a dynamic 4K 60 on PS5, but Naughty Dog has also added a permadeath mode, a speedrun mode, new unlockables and accessibility options, and more. DualSense is excessively utilized, as is 3D audio, but we already knew that. Lamenting yet another leak injuring one of his games before launch, Naughty Dog VP Arnie Meyer, who has been there for a very long time, tweeted in part, quote, "Leaks really suck, especially when we're right on the cusp of an asset drop. It's disheartening and frustrating that teams who have put their hearts into making some awesome things for their fans," end quote. Naughty Dog is also known to be working on a full retail version of Factions multiplayer, which is apparently huge, and may even be working on a third game, though it's unknown what that could be. Okay, I'm tired of talking about this game, generally speaking, at this point. It's not fun. Yeah. It's the whole discourse around this game is toxic. I'm sick of it already. It's predictable. However, this is some new information that I did want to touch on. Chris, how do you feel about well, first of all, what they said about the upgrades? I think that's fine. Having like bumpables and shippables is cool. That means like things like where like the environment will interact more realistically to gunfire and all of that. That's cool.
Yeah.
But actually ideas like permadeath and speedrun mode and stuff, these are cool. But I don't know that it goes a long way to ameliorating the problem that some people feel with the value proposition, because those seem like free updates. Those don't seem like things you put in an all new game. So I dig it, but I don't know that they're making the case. I really think it would have been better for them to just say very little about this and just released it at $70.
Yeah, I kind of agree. Like it's cool. Like I think it's great, all the accessibility options. There's probably like a lot of people who maybe had really a difficult experience with the original Last of Us with its lack of accessibility options, who are now going to have a much better time, and that's opens the door to a lot of people who might not have been able to play before, and that's really cool. Like I do think I don't think no work has gone into this. Obviously, a lot of work has gone into this. But if I hadn't, it's been a long time since I've played the original. I feel like if I played this new one, I would be confused as to what the differences were, because I feel like it would remind me of like, oh yeah, this is what I remember it looking like, which is, I guess, kind of the point of some remakes, and I guess would be cool if not for the fact that The Last of Us 1 already looks great to me. Anyway, like still, like when I look at it, I still think it's like a really good looking game, especially the PS4 remaster. Like I just think it looks wonderful. Like I don't see much of any problem with it. So I feel like the people who had an issue with the value proposition before are still going to have it now. I think I don't know. I'm with you though. It's just not fun to talk about. It's just I don't know. It's partially why I'm excited for them to potentially not work on this fucking series anymore. Like I want something new, not only because I'm just sort of done with The Last of Us generally, like I'm satisfied with it, like I've gotten all that I wanted and then some, but also just because I'm looking forward to the discourse for their next thing that isn't weighed down by all of this extraneous random internet fueled nonsense that kind of invariably surrounds this thing anytime it's brought up.
Yeah, it sucks. I really think it demonstrably affected The Last of Us Part 2, and I will be interested to see how it affects this game as well. Dustin, do you have anything you want to add about The Last of Us Part 1?
So I think that I'm thinking about that the asset drop they're talking about is this Part 1, Last of Us Part 1 rebuilt for PS5 features and gameplay trailer. And it's a nice trailer overall, but I had to laugh when they're talking about the haptics. And then at the end, they show the haptics again, and it's like Joel petting the giraffe. And they added in like showing like someone had to go and make an asset that showed like a DualSense, and it like, oh, look, you can really feel the petting the giraffe. And I'm like, okay, take it easy. Like, no,
it's also pretty surprising because that is an iconic part of the game, but it's like that seems like a spoiler, right? That you would want to not put in your own marketing. I don't feel bad about saying that at all on the show, knowing that that's in the trailer, right? Like, because that's like that was a great part of the game. It's interesting that they would even show that off, and who cares?
I'm more focused on the fact that they're trying to convince me that there's specialized haptics for giraffe petting.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, who cares? Who cares?
Right? Really? Like that's something that you're trying to sell me on with this
most realistic. It's the most realistic feeling giraffe in any video game. Guinness Book of World Records, The Last of Us Part 1.
The more they say, I'm sorry to interrupt, Dustin. I was just going to say, the more they say, the less I'm actually convinced that this should be a $70 game. Like I was more convinced when they said nothing. But anyway, go on.
Well, the only last point that I just want to make real quick here is that he's right in that leaks do suck for developers. I do not doubt that. At the same time, though, does this leak suck because it reveals what people were worried about with this game? Is that part of it? And then you quickly had to launch this features trailer that clearly wasn't designed to be launched on that Thursday night last week because of the leaks.
Yeah, that's when you always want to release your big AAA stuff is on Thursday night.
Yeah.
Always a good
time. It's one of those, I don't know. Again, I'm past the point where I do not want to talk about like whether or not the improvements are good or not. We will make that determination when it's here.
Ellie is a lesbian. Damn it.
It's woke.
But I think it's interesting that it's like, oh, are you upset about the leaks because it potentially revealed something about the product that you didn't necessarily want to be revealed?
Yeah.
Good. We'll find out. I'm just putting that out there.
Yeah, a little bit of a conspiracy. I like that. I mean, to me, here's the problem with something Chris said, which was like, I want them to work on something else. I do too. But I feel more strongly that there needs to be a third one than I feel like there needs to be a second, then there needed to be a second one, if that made any sense. In other words, if they just left the first one alone, that was easier for me to deal with than there not being a third Last of Us. Because I feel like it's incomplete now. Like there needs to be, there's more. There's more. And I don't know that it can be left there. They can leave it wherever they want. But I think it made more sense to leave it where it was than where they would leave it now.
I do agree with that idea in the sense that like 2 feels more incomplete than 1 does. Like 1 feels like it ends. There's a cliffhanger ending technically, but it also feels like a resolution in the same way that it kind of reminds me of like Endgame or whatever. That Avengers like where that ended and it's like, yeah, it continues, but like you don't really need it to. Whereas 2 feels like, I don't know, like it feels like there is some room left to go that doesn't feel like the game doesn't feel like entirely resolute. And that's a problem because I don't want to see another one. And I don't know, man. I don't know how you can work on The Last of Us for fucking 10, 12 straight years.
Yeah, it seems, well, I think they've said something about that, about how dark it is for them. Like as people.
Yeah, like what the fuck are you doing?
And I can get that, but I dig it. It's kind of, I'm not a big Stephen King fan. In fact, I don't, this is incredible to say, but I don't really take Stephen King particularly seriously anymore because I just feel like he just writes. It's like no one can possibly have any feeling in all that writing. It's just, I don't know, man. Some of these books are good, no doubt. I like some of them a lot. Children of the Corn is my favorite horror story ever. I love that. That's a Night Shift if anyone wants to read the short story stuff. But the thing is I think that short story book's from the 70s. And it's just like when you do too much and you're right and you're just hitting it too much, I don't think there's a lot of care in that. And so they have to be careful with that too. But I would imagine it's pretty dark, but I would love to work on some dark shit like that. That's like right in my wheelhouse, baby. And I'm sure what's interesting is that they're in Santa Monica, in beautiful Santa Monica. And they walk out the doors and it's bright sunshine and the beach is right there and the palm trees and all this. It's so funny to me. Okay. Let's see what else we have here. Oh, I forgot about this. Number 6. An interesting development has come forth from typically reliable industry leaker Jeff Grubb. Publisher Electronic Arts is getting involved in the Marvel games craze with an entry of their own, specifically in the Black Panther franchise. As relayed by website Video Games Chronicle, which listened to Grubb's podcast, EA is apparently using one of its own assets, a studio led by a veteran developer named Kevin Stevens, to create the game, which is purportedly single-player open world and known internally as Project NieR. Now, if you know the game name Kevin Stevens, it's likely because you are a fan of, or a player rather, of the 2 Mordor games, 2014's Shadow of Mordor and 2017's follow-up. Wait, I have them both written as Shadow of Mordor. What's the other one?
Shadow of War.
Shadow of War. Yeah, that's right.
I hate the naming convention with those 2.
Yeah, it's a little confusing. These critically acclaimed Lord of the Rings games came from WB-owned team Monolith, which he was the head of, and he more recently left Warner Brothers to go to EA to help lead a new Washington state-based studio. As far as I can tell, Electronic Arts hasn't published a Marvel game since 2005's Marvel Nemesis on PS2 and PSP, and they certainly haven't been involved with the new wave of Marvel games that began with 2018's PS4 exclusive Spider-Man from Insomniac, though they are obviously heavily invested in sister license Star Wars. Other important games for Marvel during this period include the 2019 Switch exclusive Ultimate Alliance 3, 2020's Crystal Dynamics developed and Square Enix published Avengers game, as well as 2020 PlayStation exclusive Iron Man VR and Miles Morales, and 2021's Eidos Montreal developed action game Guardians of the Galaxy. 2 of the 3 known upcoming Marvel projects, Spider-Man 2 and Wolverine, are both in development at Insomniac for exclusive release on PlayStation 5, and later this year, a Midnight Suns strategy game from Firaxis comes to both PS4 and PS5. All right, so what do we think of this? I'm not a Black Panther fan. I actually know nothing about Black Panther, but there's a hell of a lot of excitement about this rumor. Chris, let's start with you. What do you think about a Black Panther game from EA, from a new team, from the guy that did the Mordor games, very well respected? So probably going to be good, but it's supposed to be open world. Kind of sounds a little trite. I don't know. Let's see.
Yeah, I don't know. It'll probably be fine. I don't have much interest in Marvel lately outside of Spider-Man. Like Spider-Man's like the only Marvel character I'm even remotely interested in at the moment. And you know, that Black Panther movie was good. It was fine. It had like a The ending of that movie looks like a PS2 fight scene, which is very funny. But and anybody who's seen it knows exactly what I'm talking about.
The physics are broken on it, right? I was reading about that. Like people are bouncing.
It's
all
just
weird.
it's just a very obvious. I don't even know how to describe. Just if you Google the Black Panther ending fight scene, you'll see it immediately. Where it looks like a PS2 game, and God bless. But it's not necessarily a world that I care too much about. I feel like it might be better suited to a video game, honestly, the more I think about it. But I can't say I'm all that hyped or interested in this one. It's just Black Panther's move set and power set isn't even really all that interesting from a video game.
What does he use, his claws or something?
He's
Wow.
Yeah, kind of. It's like he's just a guy. He's not like, he can't fly. He can't, I don't know, maybe you ride one of those weird rhinoceroses around.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's a very, whatever. It'll be fine, I'm sure.
Dustin, anything to add?
The only thing that I'm thinking is just that the open world aspect, when you have, like Chris was saying, a character that doesn't have any kind of interesting mobility that I'm aware of, but I'm also not. I saw the movie, but it was so long ago I don't even really remember it at this point. But just another one, another superhero game. Buckle up, because soon every game will be a superhero game, and you'll like it.
Are you excited for your Marvel Ant-Man branded catheter?
Wow, yeah.
It's like, I'm just like, at a certain point, like, I just don't know when this is going to stop. Like, we're just going to get like, it's a Marvel game. It's a Marvel movie. It's a Marvel TV show. It's a Marvel novella. It's a Marvel telenovela on fucking Vivisión on fucking Spanish television. How about fucking, medical, Spider-Man branded ibuprofen. I don't know. Like, I just feel like I don't know when this is going to stop.
When it stops making money.
Yeah, it's not going to stop.
Yeah.
Buy product. Don't ask any questions, and don't want anything new. Nothing new. Only old games and only old products. Remember that? Remember that?
Yeah.
Remember that? Remember that?
This makes me understand. This makes me really understand. Like, things like this, like, I get it, but like it also makes me very much understand the people who like whine about capitalism being kind of hell, because like I kind of see what you're saying. When everything is just like this really like proven to be profitable. Like, there's so many video games even like and movie scripts and television scripts that are like, this is a really good script. This would work really perfectly in Ant-Man Civil War. And it's like, can you rebrand it? Can you rename some of the characters and tweak it a little bit so it's Ant-Man Civil War? It's like, oh my Christ.
It's true though. You're totally right. It's all fucked. And I just, that's why I was really, even though I didn't really like, I mean, not that Stray is going to become the next big thing, but I'm happy to buy games like that, because it's like, well, at least it's like not something. It's not some fucking Parappa the Rapper game or something like that. They're like, we like Stray, but can he rap?
What if you find out it's the prequel to Cats the musical?
Yeah, that would be hot.
Oh,
because everything that would be hot.
God, I don't know, man. What are we talking about? All right, let's move on. Number 7. Here's a surprise. It appears that the strange 2020 Ubisoft game Immortals Fenyx Rising may be getting a sequel, if a report from a typically solid industry source is any indication. Furthermore, other reporting indicates Ubisoft is shaking up more of its release schedule in unusual ways. First, about Fenyx. Journalist Jeff Grubb reports that Ubisoft Quebec is indeed making a sort of sequel to Fenyx, and that it's known by the codename Oxygen. He said on a podcast appearance relayed by website Video Games Chronicle that the sequel is, quote, based on Hawaiian Polynesian culture this time around. It still has a god narrator. They still try to be visually stylized, but it's less of a copy of Breath of the Wild. It's an early pre-production that's coming maybe 2025, end quote. Ubisoft's Quebec team, founded nearly 20 years ago, is best known for smaller games, including the short-lived Wii and DS series Battle of Giants. They rose to greater prominence, though, through the release of 2015's Assassin's Creed Syndicate and 2018's Assassin's Creed Odyssey, both on PS4. Immortals was their first attempt at something new in the AAA space, and while it undersold, it's unclear if its critical reception, which was very good, secured it a second go. It seems it did. Yet not all is well at Ubisoft. Website Bloomberg reports that Assassin's Creed next standalone game, codenamed Rift, has been delayed and will now come out in the spring of 2023 instead of in early 2023. This comes on the back of cancellations and delays we've already discussed on the show, including the delay of Massive's licensed Avatar game, Frontiers of Pandora, and the outright cancellation of a planned Tom Clancy battle royale.
There is a god.
Raymond Stewart wrote in and said, "Salutations, CDC. Ubisoft recently announced the cancellation of several games, including a few of their free-to-play games. As we see Ubisoft flounder in the free-to-play space, hoping that at least something hits big, should we be concerned that PlayStation also appears to be chasing trends or fads related to free-to-play or multiplayer? This is absolutely a lot more to make. There's absolutely a lot of money to make if there is a hit, but surely not all of their multiplayer games will hit. Some even will. Most will fail. How big of a risk is this? I'm sorry, for PlayStation, who has built such a large fan base on single player." So we'll get into all of that, Raymond. And I want to focus on Sony as a multiplayer studio by saying, or a multiplayer family as saying, we just don't know what those games are yet. So I'm really loath to judge them. Maybe they come out with like the strategy where it's like, oh, is that right? Is that what you're going to do? And maybe it makes a lot of sense. I don't know. I doubt it. But I don't know. We'll see. I want to break this up though a little bit and go to you first, Chris. What do you think? I know you like kind of dug Fenyx, right? So I shouldn't say Fenyx, right? You dug Fenyx Immortals Rising. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well, it kind of dovetails off of what we were talking about before, where I just appreciated the fact that this was like a new thing. Like it wasn't like something that was shoehorned into a previously big IP. It wasn't something that it wasn't like a Breath of the Wild clone that was like, oh, Marvel branded or DC branded or fucking other IP. It was whatever it was. It was Immortals Fenyx Rising, and it had like a very specific tone. It was, it was hit and miss, but I appreciated the fact that it stood out in the slew of open world games, especially in Ubisoft's kind of library, enough to the point where I am kind of happy to see a sequel to this. Like, I think it's a little ironic, because like, everything's a sequel, but celebrating a sequel, but at least it's like a sequel to something that's new. And that's really the problem. It's like, I don't mind, continuations of interesting ideas and new types of storytelling and new types of game mechanics and new IP. It's just a matter of like, when you've had IP that have been around for like 20, 30 years and you just keep pumping one out because you feel like you have to, or because it's like expected or whatever. That's the stuff that bugs me and bothers me and makes me feel like fucking dying.
No.
So I'm glad to see this game have enough success to get maybe another shot, because I do think, the first game of anything like these is always kind of like a learning curve. And I feel like they have a better handle on it now. And I feel like whatever this sequel is going to be, it's probably going to be significantly better. And I feel like they're probably going to address maybe some of the criticisms of tone and maybe some of the criticisms of, everything else, and make something cool. So I can't say I'm super excited about Ubisoft as a publisher, or that I necessarily have too much faith in it necessarily, but I'm happy to see them put money behind something that isn't this proven like money-making formula for success, and instead kind of doubling down on what is essentially a risk.
Yeah, I would think it's
cool.
kind of a double risk in a sense, because they're doubling down on a game that didn't necessarily sell well, and they're kind of changing the aesthetic as well, which could be dangerous. Like they're going to a more obscure, probably less interesting to most people Polynesian setting that I think sounds pretty cool, but I'm sure people would prefer their Greek gods and their Roman gods and all whatever the kind of shit they have. Dustin, let's throw the Raymond Stewart question over to you though. Are you worried about Sony's kind of dedication to this space, not knowing that they have deep back end dedication, but not knowing any of the answers yet? Do you think that they're going to come and fall out on their face like a lot of these publishers seem to be?
I think that there will be some of these free-to-play service games that will definitely fall on their face. But I think that the one aspect and thing that we can look at it in a positive light is that clearly Sony knew that they didn't really know how to make these games and do it right. And so they went out and either created a team dedicated to that, or I guess purchased and then kind of shepherded Haven in order to be that kind of pseudo support team. But in addition, also went out and bought Bungie. So there's the backing of those two different elements, at least gives me some layer of confidence about them as well. So overall, though, I don't know. It is definitely a risk, because he mentions the single player audience of PlayStation. But I don't know. It's somewhat true that it's like there's a single player audience of fans that love PlayStation Studios games, but there's so many people that play these service games on PlayStation. Like it makes sense that they would want to throw their hat in the ring.
All right, let's go into the final news item, number 8. Rejoice. Sony has revealed August free PlayStation Plus games, and there's no reason to be confused this time around. These games will be free for all PS Plus subscribers, regardless of whether you're in the Essential, Extra, or Premium tiers. The biggest game of the bunch is no doubt Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2, the 2020 ground-up remake of the original two Tony Hawk games from the late PS1 era. The remake was the final project from Vicarious Visions, which has since been absorbed into Blizzard. That game will be available across PS4 and PS5. Meanwhile, on PlayStation 4, PS Plus subscribers can look forward to the 2017 release Little Nightmares, the puzzle platformer from Tarsier, which PlayStation fans may remember as prolific Little Big Planet DLC developers and co-developers on other Media Molecule projects like Tearaway and external LBP games like Little Big Planet 3. But that's not all. For PS4 and PS5 players, Yakuza Like a Dragon will also be available. Launched on PS4 in 2020 and PS5 in 2021, Like a Dragon is a turn-based RPG, a new step for the franchise, but it gets even crazier for Yakuza fans, especially if they are in the upper tiers of PlayStation Plus. That's because more than a half dozen other Yakuza games will be coming to some combination of PS Plus Extra and Premium by the end of the year. In August, Extra and Premium members will also get 2017's Yakuza 0, 2017's Yakuza Kiwami, and 2018's Yakuza Kiwami 2. I'm using Western release dates, by the way. Later this year, Extra and Premium members will also get access to Yakuza 6, The Song of Life, which came to PS4 in 2018. Meanwhile, Premium members will gain access to 3 PlayStation 3 era Yakuza games in their remastered PS4 forms: 2018's Yakuza 3 Remastered, 2019's Yakuza 4 Remastered, and 2020's Yakuza 5 Remastered. Pretty nice. Pretty nice selection of games. Let's go to you first, Chris. What do you think of this PlayStation Plus collection of games coming for August, and also the insistence on bringing Yakuza in a big way to the upper tiers of PlayStation Plus?
Yeah, I think this is awesome. I think this is like a really good month. Like, if Tony Hawk is awesome, I loved Little Nightmares, and Yakuza Like a Dragon is a wonderful game that I'm playing through right now. This is one of the rare instances of everything on there being something that I've played and really, really, really enjoyed. And also just this upper tier, like Yakuza Tsunami is fucking sick. Like I can't. I don't know. The staggered release date is for these things is interesting because these aren't coming at the same time, right? They're like scattered.
Yeah, they're scattered. Well, they just gave loose August dates for 0, Kiwami, and Kiwami 2, and then later this year dates for the others.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean that's cool. It's a lot of value for sure. I think this is a good month. This is like a really, I mean, in my opinion, it's like an uncharacteristically good month.
Yeah, I think it's very good too. And I Dustin, correct me if I'm wrong, but they already did a Yakuza thing on Game Pass, right? Aren't those games already there? Yeah. So this kind of nullifies.
They might not be anymore, though.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say that kind of nullifies that advantage. But yeah, what do you think of this month's August's collection of games and the Yakuza collection coming?
Yeah, I think all 3 of these games are very well received. For me, it's nice just because I was annoyed with Tony Hawk that the upgrade to the PS5 version was $10, and I never did that. And so now it's like, hey, I usually with these, I feel like I almost always own what is being offered, or I'm not interested. And so this is actually one where it's like, okay, excellent. I can get that $10 upgrade. And Little Nightmares is a game that I've always considered going and playing because I always hear that it's like kind of like a sleeper, really, really good game. And so I want to check that out at some point. And I heard the second one is also fantastic. As far as the Yakuza games coming to like being able to play all of them, I think that having the like entire series available on the subscription service is great. Like that's, I noticed that with Final Fantasy also on PlayStation, that I think they have maybe all of the available mainline Final Fantasy games on PlayStation, the premium or the extra service, because I believe it has 7, 8, 9, 15, and maybe a few other ones scattered in there too. But having that entire collection is nice if someone does want to go nuts and play through all of the Yakuza games and spend like 500 hours doing that. It's available to you.
Be your new job.
Yeah.
All right, my friends, that's all we have for the news, but let's get into 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience. Of course, one of your perks on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia, is to submit your inquiries for each of our shows into threads that are published on the newsfeed. We put up a thread each Wednesday for Sacred Symbols, and I delete them on Thursdays, so you have about 24 hours to get your inquiries in there. I simply do that so you don't waste your time submitting to a thread that is already deceased. And unfortunately, Patreon doesn't give us great tools to reuse threads. So I picked out 6, as I always do. We'll take them in the order that I wrote them here. No particular order. Gurnico wrote in, said, "Hello, my beautiful brothers. Today's question is this. Is PlayStation losing its identity under Jim Ryan? As a huge fan of PlayStation up to this point, I currently find myself out of touch with the pulse of PlayStation and overall disinterested in the direction that Jim Ryan is pushing things. While I agree video games are made to make money, Jim's approach lacks the passion and creative vision that PlayStation's predecessors seem to understand. Jim is all business, and I can't help but feel a divide in the PlayStation community." This is interesting, Gurnico. Thank you for writing in. Dustin, what do you even think it means to be a PlayStation fan? Isn't that kind of something we have to answer? If you feel that PlayStation is losing its identity and that they're out of touch with the pulse of PlayStation, which is what Gurnico says, maybe he's right, then we have to identify what it is, what PlayStation fandom even means. And I don't even know if we've ever really effectively done that. But I do think he's generally right that something's off. And I don't think it's the direction, because I think the direction's inevitable. I think the direction is just inertial. It's just that's what's going to happen. It just is noticeable that a businessman rose to the top of PlayStation. Now, that's totally fine, but the previous CEOs were not necessarily businessmen. And when they were, Jack Tretton, for instance, was a businessman. He didn't come off like one. And so is there anything here? Any fire where there's smoke?
I think there definitely is. And I was thinking about this recently, just in that you have to be careful in that you want to, obviously, from the businessman approach, you want to maximize the things that made you successful. But at the same time, if you do too much of the same thing, then your brand becomes stale. And so with PlayStation 5 so far, with the releases that we've gotten, we've seen kind of, it feels like we're playing better versions of the games that came before in the PS4 generation, whether that's Ratchet and Clank or Horizon. I mean, Returnal was pretty new and fresh, which was cool. But and so now we're kind of sitting right on the edge of the next God of War. And it's funny, I read the feedback on this show every week where we are talk about being cautiously optimistic about God of War, and a lot of people don't like that. They're like, "Oh, you call yourself PlayStation fans? Don't you believe in Santa Monica?" It's like, no, I mean, it's not that I don't believe. I think that they'll probably make a fine game, but we are seeing this like, okay, well, this worked last time, do it again, do that again. The experimental stuff gone, whether that's Studio Japan, most specifically, their more experimental stuff, out the door. Remaking some smaller titles like Medieval, gone, out the door. Like anything that isn't like super high dollar is out. And that, I think, makes sense from this like big business perspective, but you also want your brand to have flavor to it, whether it's a culture behind it. And I don't know if culture is the right word, but you want to have this smaller stuff that maybe doesn't appeal to everybody. But if you can have a bunch of small things that appeal to all kinds of different people, then that really kind of makes your brand look more expansive and makes PlayStation a more appealing place for those different small things. And so I don't know exactly where to end this off at then, other than I definitely miss that aspect of Sony. And I feel like the golden era is going to be that hungry PlayStation 4 era where they were desperate to get back those customers that they lost from the previous generation. And they were like bold. They made the right content. They made the right experiments. They did stuff for the fans, whether that's PlayStation experience or the borrowing game thing like that. It just doesn't feel like the same Sony anymore. And it's just concerning just because you think about PlayStation 3 era Sony, the super confident Sony that didn't listen to fans and didn't necessarily make the right moves. And so it's not quite to that extent yet, but there's definitely shades of that going around.
What do you think, Chris? Do you have anything you want to add about Gurnico's inquiry here?
I don't know. I feel like it depends on. I feel like what PlayStation culture is really depends on a lot of things. Like I remember, because for me personally, I remember during the PS2, I didn't feel like there was much going on. Like there were a lot of games that people really loved, and there was a lot of exclusives that people really loved. Obviously, Metal Gear Solid 2, Metal Gear Solid 3, Ratchet and Clank, Sly Cooper. Those were huge. Jack, like those were huge experiences on PlayStation. But for me, it was always like that PS1 era felt really special, and even the PS3, which I wasn't really a part of, I remember feeling like there was a lot of character over at PlayStation during that time. Even though they were like floundering, they were kind of the underdog. And I'm very nostalgic for that period in time where they had those weird, like the floating baby ad, or even just Jack Trenton and those people going on stage and talking to people. And I don't know. I feel like now it does feel a lot more surgical. It feels a lot more sterile. And I don't know if that's necessarily PlayStation's fault or if it's just the industry's fault in general. Like I feel like the industry is kind of in this spot as well. Like even the Nintendo Directs feel comparatively sterile. Xbox, they've got some personality there, but it still feels like, even I remember back in the day remembering, Major Nelson was like a huge deal, like over on the Xbox side. That was like a personality that like kind of was around.
Yeah. He's still around apparently, but I just don't think.
Yeah, he's still there, but like he's not as integral to the brand as and maybe he never was, but like it definitely felt like he was at a certain point. It felt like there was character there, and maybe that's just like a bygone era of business. Which is sad to imagine, but maybe now it's all about having clean, concise messaging, no mistakes, no humanity. You want an AI almost to tell you everything. It's like these PlayStation Directs, the state of plays, they're cool, they're fine, but it's also just this lady who just feels like a TikTok voice sometimes, almost like the automated, you know what I mean? Totally. Where it's like an AI speaking to you. It's like there's something insincere about it almost inherently, and it doesn't lend to a feeling of community or camaraderie or culture. And I feel like it's been missing from PlayStation for a while, as it's been missing from everywhere else for quite some time. And I don't know if that's a problem unique to PlayStation.
Yeah, it's interesting because the one thing I think that Sony is missing, there's so much I can say about this. I'm not going to say nearly all of it, but the one thing that comes to mind for me here is that Sony is missing a tentpole game that helps define their brand. They've often had multiple smaller brands that act as tentpoles, but really aren't in terms of sales. When you think about games like Uncharted, when you even think about games like God of War or Spider-Man, these are games that sell 20 million copies. That's a lot of copies of games. But when you're thinking about 130 million PS4s out there, plus all the PS5s and how that overlaps in any different way. So maybe 150 million applicable PlayStation gamers, and your games are selling to 10% of your audience or 5% of your audience or 7% of your audience. There's nothing necessarily wrong with that, but it doesn't portend for there being a phalanx of real PlayStation fandom the way there is on Nintendo, for instance. A 10-pole Nintendo game will sell to half of the people that have a console, or a third, or 2/5 of people that have a console. And that's like unheard of on PlayStation. Not even remotely have they ever gotten to those numbers. And so I think that they fundamentally need to find a connective tissue in the games themselves that build the brand so that they're not reliant necessarily on personalities or even on the release schedule, because there's always something that many of their fans go back to. And maybe it's going to be one of those things that they release. Maybe one of these games will mean half of PlayStation's audience gets involved in it or something. Like that's something they'd fucking probably shit themselves if they had something like that. They have to just crack the code. And so I think that while what's fun about PlayStation's MO is that it always changes, but it means that none of the temples are especially tall. They're just there. And then when you go towards the next one, the other one's kind of waning, and you get to the next one, and there's just a different kind of feel. And so they might still be in search of it, and that's okay. But what I do like is that they're never reliant, or typically not reliant, on old things. And that's something to be grateful for, which is why I think it's a total coin flip if we get The Last of Us Part 3. Like, I don't know about that And I don't know that they really wanted to do the second one. So we'll see. But interesting question, Garnico, all about losing its identity under Jim Ryan. There's definitely something to that, no doubt. And Jim Ryan's a businessman. He's not a game maker. And that's okay. I don't think you don't have to have, like, when Steve Jobs was the head of Apple, he had technical insight, but he was not the technical mind. It was Wozniak that was the technical mind. He was the one that saw the potential of it. He was the one that saw the consumer potential and how things can be eased and made simpler and all and made consumer and all that. I think there's a value to that. And you definitely don't want to understate that. Okay. Deep Dark Boys. Jesus Christ, I'm struggling today. Wrote in, said, "Good eve, my trio of slits. Got a real problem over here. I finally upgraded my living room gaming setup and suddenly I cannot get comfortable. I never feel like I'm quite on eye level with the new big ass TV. If I lean back into my couch, I don't feel alert enough to line up shots in Cyberpunk or to take out my surroundings in Forbidden West. If I sit at full 90 degrees in my computer chair, I can't get immersed and wind up irritable. Maybe I'm just getting old. Maybe my eyes are just getting worse, but I'm really struggling here. A ridiculous complaint to be sure, but I'm wondering how you guys get into the zone these days. How do you settle into a Saturday afternoon and tap into the nostalgic half of your brain with the latest technology? Thank you guys for keeping my passion aflame. Colin, keep yeeting those frogs at the neighbors. I'm not yeeting the frogs. I'm saving their lives by getting them out of that pool. All right. Now, this is interesting because I feel like I can never, we were saying it earlier in the show, I can never really get comfortable. I very, very, very rarely play a game for more than 2 hours without being seriously interrupted in some way. Getting up and literally going and doing something else, or just going on my phone, or like, it's very rare. I'll often play a game for cumulatively 6 or 8 hours in a day, but it might be over the entire day. And I'm like just kind of hunting and pecking as I go. I feel like more of that's just maybe my adult onset ADD. I have no idea what's going on with that, but I like just sitting in my recliner, leaned back. My TV's pretty big. Well, how big is my TV? 65 inches. Yeah. It's hard for me to see sometimes, like the text on the screen, but I have pretty good eyesight. It doesn't really bother me. So I'm not, it's not really the comfort that's stopping me. It's more of like my internet addled brain that needs constant stimulation of some sort. I feel crazy sometimes when I really get down to brass tacks. But what do you think here? Dustin, let's go to you first with Deep Dark Boys. How are you getting comfortable these days? Or how are you settling in?
So it really depends on what type of game I'm playing. I can sit back and lounge in my couch and, sit like I'm a goblin with leaned over horribly. I'm sure it's going to kill me someday, depending on the game. But if I'm playing Cuphead or something like that requires like the supreme level of concentration, then I'm either going to lean forward, or I actually have a separate chair that I'll sometimes pull in front of the TV like I'm 12 years old, and then sit and plop that in front of the TV, just because that's like the ultimate way. As far as my suggestion, though, is that there is a science behind the size of your TV to how far away you are from it. In fact, there's on a website called ratings.com, which is rtings.com. There's a calculator, TV size to distance. And then you can go through and see like how big is your TV, how far away you should be sitting for the optimal view distance. So maybe that's what our friend Deep Dark Boys is missing. Maybe his TV is too small, too far away. Got to get that optimization.
What was that subreddit? That
TV's too high. Yeah, that's a great.
I love that subreddit.
It's so
I love that subreddit because it confirmed to me that I wasn't insane. Because every time I went to people's houses and they had a TV that was super high up, it always bothered me to a degree that felt unreasonable, but I knew it wasn't. But I would never say anything.
Dude,
like I never said anything. It was like I would never say like that. I would never have the balls to say that TV's too high, but I would think it. In the corner.
I have a friend, my friend Jason. He doesn't listen to the show, but maybe I'm sure his other friend that does listen will tell him after I say this. So I went to his house for the first time. His TV was above the fireplace, which is already a big no-no, and the fire was lit too. I'm like, dude, your TV's gonna melt. Second, the smoothing option was on, so it was like double whammy. I was like, dude, let me turn this off. Like anytime I see the pixel motion, like you guys know I'm talking about, that weird like soap opera effect, I like turn it off. Like even I've done it at like my in-laws' house. Anywhere I see it, I'm like, we need to rid the world of this plague of the motion smoothing, please. I can't stand it. I've had enough of it.
All right, let's move on to the next one here. Jack Perry wrote in, and said, "Hi, CDC." Wait, did I ask you, Chris?
I forgot about his. Oh, okay.
Wait, did I ask you the last one? No, I'm sorry.
No, I
I
don't
forgot
think
to.
so.
I'm sorry. I just realized.
No, I forgot too.
How are you?
I got distracted by my furious
How are you
anger.
settling in?
I don't know. I'm kind of somewhere in between where you and Dustin are. Where like sometimes I can sit and play a game for 12 hours straight. Like I can do that. But it's usually because my ADD brain can't get back into it once I'm out of it. So once I'm in it, I'm like, I can't be distracted, because the second I get distracted, I'm pulled out, and then I'm going to have to get comfortable again. And it's going to be really difficult to get comfortable again. But that's more of like a brain thing. As far as like, I don't know, distance, it really depends. I feel like there are certain games where like I have to sit closer. Like if I'm playing competitively online, I have to sit close, and I have to like lean forward, because I think there is a science. There does feel like a science to that, where it's like I do feel like you genuinely do play better when you're leaning in. I don't know why. I can't prove this, but it feels that way. Whereas a game like Stray, like you could be laying down and playing that. Like that's nothing. That's like, it's a very chill, relaxing game. Or like Flower or something like that. But I feel like, generally speaking, it just sort of depends on how busy I am and how much work I've gotten done. If I feel productive and ahead of schedule, I can relax pretty easily and I can go into games. But if I feel like I've got a lot on my plate, it's going to be so hard to get comfortable, because I'm just going to be like, why am I playing a video game? I have to be doing all this other shit. And then I remember that playing video games is work, so I shouldn't feel that way. But at the same time, it never feels, I don't know. It never feels justified, the amount of time I spend playing video games, which sucks.
Yeah,
because I like it.
You have to kind of just let go of that, I think. And
I know
I'm the same way though. It's just that I always look for things to distract myself. I always feel like I'm not being productive no matter what I'm doing, and so I just kind of roll with it and hope for the best. All right, now let's move on to Jack Perry. He says, "Hi CDC. Me and my friends were talking about Blockbuster recently. Blackbuster. And it got me thinking about the wonder of being a kid and finding new games you'd never heard of before, giving them a go and falling in love. My favorite game for years was the original Psychonauts, which my mom got me as a Christmas present. I had no idea what it was at the time, but I fell in love with it. I feel like these days it's rare to stumble across a title you might be interested in that you didn't already know about. I think this is partly because I'm older now and more aware of the industry, and partly because of the easier access to the internet and media. It left me wondering, though, do you guys feel that we've lost touch with a sense of mystery and surprise when it comes to finding new games to play now? If so, is it something you miss, or do you enjoy knowing all the what's and whens of the industry? The reality is that I don't. I'm constantly surprised by games all the time. And so maybe you have a better grasp on things than I do, Jack, but I don't feel like I have a grasp on the industry nearly sufficient enough to see everything that comes through. Like there are games on a constant basis where I'm like, oh, what? I just have to let go of so much. They're either on a platform I don't play on very much. I try to stay very PlayStation focused for our show, or they have to get added to the never ending backlog or whatever. But I am endlessly surprised by video games. I think the one thing people miss is really going in blind, and that might be true, but be careful what you wish for, because that used to really cost us an arm and a leg back in the day. You're talking about renting, but even when we would buy games, like some of the worst NES games have some of the coolest box art. Look at the box art for Deadly Towers sometime, which is like notoriously like one of the worst games ever. And so we bought that. Dagan bought that. Thanks, Dagan. So when we had like one game every 4 months or something like that, and he decided to buy Deadly Towers. Like, oh, great. But the point is that we got burned. We didn't know enough. We didn't have the sufficient information. So I think it's kind of cool that you'd never go in blind, because I still kind of I go in with a cursory interest. Like we were talking about Stray. I'm familiar with Stray, see the trailer for Stray. I want to play it. But if I saw Stray if I just saw Stray on the PSN, let's say, I would watch a trailer. I wouldn't just buy it. That would be equivalent to seeing it sight unseen. And I just don't do that with anything. So what do you think, Chris? Do you long for those days of surprise, or do you think that we can still be surprised even though we have more awareness?
I think we can still be surprised even though we have more awareness, but I do miss the specific sense of discovery that you used to get before everything was so digitally available. It's not necessarily that I want to go in blind, but I liked being surprised by things in the way that I used to be surprised by them. Like I feel like there is a little bit of something missing now where like even just something as simple, and like, by the way, spoiler alert for that Spider-Man movie that you really should have seen by now if you give a shit. But like, I remember when that trailer came out, it was like a huge deal when it showed that Willem Dafoe was coming back as like the Green Goblin, right? But when I went online to look up new Spider-Man trailer, before I even knew what was in it, the thumbnail has fucking Green Goblin's face in it. You know? And it's like, oh, well, that would have been nice to maybe see in real time before. Like, it just feels like it feels like now, because of clickbait culture and stuff like that, everything that could be surprising or would be really cool to see for the first time is kind of spoiled in a headline or spoiled in a thumbnail image or spoiled in a header image. And there's really no semblance of you don't get those moments anymore. Like every time I see a reaction video of like the new trailer for this just launched and they're like acting super surprised, I'm like, how the fuck did you not? There's no way you didn't know this before this came on, because it's impossible not to know it. It's all fake reactions. And it's like, it's I don't know. I do miss that. I do miss the element of surprise in the sense that like, oh, there's a new trailer coming out. What could it, and that's, you know what? That's why I like E3 still. And that's why I like these big press shows where it's just E3 2010 Microsoft conference or E3 whatever year PlayStation conference, and it you don't know what the fuck's going to show up. They just, so here's what we're working on, and then a trailer starts, and then you see a field and you're like, what is this? Who is this? Like what is going on? And then characters slowly reveal themselves, and it's like, oh, is that fucking Kratos? What the fuck? And then it unveils itself to you. Whereas if you didn't catch that on the live stream, it would just show up in your YouTube feed as God of War reveal trailer. And then all of that feeling is just gone immediately because you just know what it is that you're looking at. And, you know, there's value to that feeling. It's what got me into this space in the first place, is this feeling of like, ooh, just like this constant discovery that I feel like now a lot of it is just, you know about it before you even care to. And that's depressing.
What do you think, Dustin?
Yeah, so I think that overall, you know, he mentions about something being lost. And I think, Colin, your point is right, is that I had too many times where I was burned as a kid that I don't go and like look up everything about a game. But if I'm curious about buying a game that I don't know anything about, I'm at least going to briefly look at some reviews. Very rarely would I watch or read an entire review because I really don't want to know. I just need to know that it's not terrible, or, you know, like just to see if I'm mildly interested. I'm trying more now as I guess, having more of a critical angle and a critical voice on games, to do that less and just take the risk on the money. For example, the new Valkyrie game. It's not Valkyrie Profile, Valkyrie Elysium. I'm just gonna buy that and play it. It could be terrible, but I feel like there's some value in just like, okay, well, I'm just gonna experience it for myself, not let anyone taint what I think about it. So, but yeah, having that little bit of information has definitely saved us lots of cash, and it also it means developers have to be better and make better games because they can't just rely on having good box art.
There is something to the fact too, though. Like, I think Cyberpunk's a great example of this, where you have a game like Cyberpunk, which is obviously not fit for release on certain hardware that you probably wouldn't have known if you didn't have the access to information that we have today. But at the same time, if we didn't have the access to the information that we had today, I feel like there were a lot of people who were looking forward to Cyberpunk 2077 because of all the marketing, because of all the trailers, because of all the promises, where when they got the game, they were disappointed, whereas I wasn't paying attention to any of it, and I came out of that game very pleased and satisfied. And so even though it's the same exact game that the two of us were playing, you know, I got a much better experience out of it by not knowing as much. So it's like this double-edged sword with Cyberpunk specifically, where like you definitely would have been burned if you got that on PS4, but at the same time, you kind of got burned from being excited for it in the first place. And like researching everything you could about it, and like taking in, like reading every single tweet about it, and reading every review about it, and I don't know. It's a really complicated facet of our current culture, I think. But there's pros and cons. Column A, column B.
Josh Ashley wrote in, said, a fond subject I feel you guys never talk about. Do the Sacred Boys have any nostalgic memories for the old edutainment games? I almost always find myself comparing a fetch quest to a mixed up Mother Goose, or if an annoying puzzle just feels like a math problem from Number Munchers. Colin brought up recently the typing of the dead, which reminded me immediately of being in 10th grade learning QWERTY on Mavis Beacon. Mavis Beacon, I'm sorry. Thanks, and
Crazy.
Why is your ass so shitty? I don't know. We haven't gone back to revisit that question. It's not my ass. We're talking about the other guy's ass, some other guy's ass. Not my ass. Now, Josh writes in about edutainment games. I think about this a lot because I grew up, I'm older than you guys, so I grew up much more in the Apple II. We were always on these things playing random ass games, and it felt so like a trick on the adults. Like, are you kidding me? You're letting me do this. But it actually did work, and these things do foundationally add to your understanding of reading and writing and math and all of the rest. I'm just so surprised that there's no major play to do this on home console in a higher budget and in a more focused way. It doesn't seem like there's almost anything like this anymore, at least on console. And maybe it doesn't belong there, but I would like to see more edutainment stuff come back. Well, what do you think, Dustin?
I have a fondness for a lot of these games. Specifically, I know a lot of people, it seems like the go-to is Oregon Trail. I really liked a game called the Yukon Trail, was
that a sequel?
I think it was a sequel, but I'm trying to remember. Like it was a little different in that you had to I guess you pick a boat and there's like a part where you have to be on the river, and then eventually you pick like a plot where you try to find gold and stuff like that. So Yukon Trail was where it's at. But my number one nostalgia for this area of edutainment games is humongous entertainment games. So that's Putt Putt, Freddy Fish, Spy Fox, and I think there's another one too, Pajama Sam, of course. And I absolutely love these games, and I was so happy I was able to get them all on Steam a few years ago, so I just have all of them, that if I ever need that, there's a couple that I haven't gone back to since I was a kid, so it's like if I need to have that whoa, I remember this moment, I can just download one of those. I actually just found at a yard sale the other day 2 of those games in their boxes sealed for just a few dollars, and that was a huge awesome find for me. So shout out to Spy Fox, Putt Putt, Freddy Fish, Pajama Sam, the OGs.
Absolutely. I loved Freddy Fish and Putt Putt and those games. Dude. I think I remember Number Munchers quite fondly too, but I specifically, the one that I think about a lot every time something like this is brought up is Math Blaster.
Dude,
Math Blaster was genuinely just good. It was genuinely I remember I would play that now and probably still have a fun time with it. And I just remember playing it in the school and feeling like I was getting away with something, and really you weren't. But Math Blaster is some serious nostalgia. There's one that's not edutainment necessarily, but there's this one game that I played a lot called Sky Roads, which is this really old looking. It was like Wipeout, but really limited, where it's just this really simple polygonal shapes where you just kind of it's like an endless runner platformer type thing, but it was from the 80s, and I played the shit out of that. But there's probably a huge gold mine of edutainment games that I've probably never even heard of.
They're definitely. You guys are a little young, so I wonder. Do you guys know MECC Mech? Do you know that studio, Minnesota Educational Computing Consortium?
Yeah. They did Number Munchers,
they did.
I'm pretty sure.
And they they were purchased by another studio in the mid 90s, and then they've been gone for over 20 years. But they were the guys that were making a lot of these games. So Yukon Trail I looked it up for you, was an Oregon Trail spinoff from them. But they did Oregon Trail, but they did some other stuff that I really loved that I remember. Like some really early stuff like Lemonade Stand, Jenny's Journeys, which was a game about driving a person around, Storybook Weaver. And then, Number Munchers, Word Munchers. It's good shit, dude. I loved their games. I get a lot of custom made shirts, so I have to get an MECC logo on my shirt in the future. That'd be awesome. And Oregon Trail 2 was the last game of theirs that I bought. I bought that for my PC in the mid to late 90s. Yeah. So if people want to look up some the OGs of edutainment, MECC. They're the ones.
Dude. we also have to shout out, I feel like we'd get comments about this, the queen of the edutainment game of the 90s has to be Carmen Sandiego.
Oh,
Carmen
certainly.
Sandiego.
Dude, I love those games too.
Yeah, I was much more into the show than the games. Like the games were good, but I loved the show. And when you won the show, you would win a real computer, and I always was like so desperate to try to be on the show and win. Especially because, and I'm not trying to be a dickhead, I was dominant at that show. I used to watch that show and get so mad. The kids were older than me. And I'm like, you're so fucking stupid. Like you're like, there's a 386 PC here on the line. How do you not know the capital of Alaska? Juneau.
Oh my God. Don't ever go on TikTok if that shit frustrates you.
What do you mean?
Because it's just all people like, how many states are there? It's like 39.
Oh my God, dude, you have to be fucking out of your mind.
Oh my God.
And he brought up Typing of the Dead. I do have to give just a quick shout out to that game. That game is so brilliant. And it was an arcade game. It was never released in the States, I don't think, in the arcade. I never saw it in the States anyway. But the arcade machine was actually keyboards, like QWERTY keyboards instead of joysticks. And it was later released on Dreamcast, and they ported it in Japan to PS2, but we've never seen it since. And it used the Dreamcast keyboard peripheral, and you played by fighting the enemies. It was basically like a light gun game, but you typed in letters and numbers, like words, and that's how you killed the different things. And I've said in the past that I am really into the idea of doing a game based on typing. I don't want to say too much more because I have like some pretty good ideas about it, but it's so shocking that no one does stuff like that. Like your keyboard is a whole new way to play a console game, especially. And I don't know. I would love to see something like that. Shout out to Typing of the Dead. All right. What else do we have here? Papa Fridge wrote in. Said, hey boys, what are your thoughts on devs providing exclusive merch for playing games and hitting in-game milestones? 343 recently announced a bomber type jacket for players who complete the Fractured event in this season of Halo Infinite. And I know Bungie has an extensive reward system for players who achieve certain milestones in Destiny 2, allowing them to buy exclusive merch, like pins and whatnot. Would you like to see Sony try this with future live service games? And if so, what kind of things would you like to see them make? Shirts, pins, figures, exclusive gaming sessions with Jim Ryan? He is a gamer, isn't he? Would love to hear your thoughts. Signed, an adult man crying because KOTOR remake will probably never come out. Papa Fridge, thank you for writing in. Are you familiar with this stuff, Chris? Because he's talking about 343 and Bungie. So talk to me a little bit about what they do over there and if you'd like to see it on PlayStation.
Yeah, so I'm loosely familiar with this, but I believe Bungie in particular, like I haven't heard about this bomber jacket for the Halo event, but like I do know that Bungie, specifically for their world's first raid completion challenges, they will send specialty merchandise to everybody who completes the raid in the first like 24 hours. And there's like special merch for people who like complete it first that only exists for them. And I think that's really cool. It's not the most important thing, but I do think it goes a long way in building community. I think it's just like a really neat thing to be able to say, like, I own like one of the only copies of this jacket. I mean, Bungie's always been Bungie loves to do this kind of, they've always done things like this where it's like, oh, I remember there was a big deal like in Halo 3 back in the day. Like if you had like a flaming, if you had a specific helmet, it means you either worked at Bungie or Bungie acknowledged something that you did that was awesome. Whether you got on like the Bungie favorites feed or whatever the fuck, or if you had like a viral video of like you killing a guy with a traffic cone that got like 1 million views, you'd get that helmet and you'd be like, it was like bragging rights. So they've always had this kind of unique way of rewarding players. And I do think it goes a long way in building community. I think it's cool. I would love to see that. But I mean, that really depends on how big these games get, because who the fuck's really going to care if, I don't know, Toucan Sam's Battle Royale, whatever the fuck they're gonna make. You know what I mean? Like, it really depends on the strength of the IP and the strength of the fandom. Like, you can't just come out swinging with a new IP and be like, hey, you can get a special, I don't know, Crimson Starfleet jacket, and it's like, what's that?
Well, it is interesting that it's basically, I'm not against it, but it's basically like it's kind of what we do on Patreon when we open up things for people to buy from us exclusively or try things out. But it's like you're basically getting the opportunity to spend more money. So it's something you don't necessarily want to wish for in all things, but it would.
Well, Bungie sends the.
Oh, okay. I see. I thought that they were giving like a link to a store. Okay.
Sometimes.
Oh, no.
I think it's a bit of both, because I know that
I think Worlds First, the people who complete Worlds First get sent the merch, and then like the people who complete in the first 24 hours get access to specialty like exclusive stuff. But then that stuff's only available to them.
Right.
It's a tricky. I don't know. I don't even know if this is necessarily right. Somebody write in if I'm wrong. But like I know it's generally correct.
I remember Jimmy telling me about he was like grinding something out so he could buy some kind of special merch. And I think COG has like some cool Destiny exclusive merch. So
yeah, it's cool. It's cool.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing it. Would you? But I don't need more shit in my life. Would you want to see it?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, Sony did a little bit of this. I know that when I got the Bloodborne Platinum, they gave me a special theme for my PS4.
That was cool. Yeah.
Which was kind of cool because then it's like you get a little bonus and you don't have to pay for anything. But if you could, I don't know, reach some tier and be able to buy either some kind of shirt or statue or something, I don't know, poster. I think that stuff is cool. If it's specialized and it's high quality stuff, then definitely people like to be able to buy something or have something that represents something that they were invested in.
All right. Final inquiry. Anthony Maltese wrote in and said, "Hey, gents, with first-party studios seemingly quick to shelve legacy IP to move on to bigger and better things like Sucker Punch with Ghost of Tsushima, moving on, I guess, from Infamous. I'm curious why studios don't create farm league teams to develop smaller A and AA tier projects. Insomniac appears to be the only team proficient at managing multiple projects concurrently. If this were to happen, what kind of A or AA games would you lads want to see from them?" I mean, the guys might disagree, but I don't want to see this out of these studios. I would like to see components of teams exist to deal with multiple projects, but I don't want to necessarily rate them as A, AA, AAA. Like, I don't know that it's a good idea to necessarily make one more important than the other or anything like that, because it's all doable. It's all whatever, but it kind of feels like you're baiting one team to want to join the other, or one game is being positioned better than the other. Everyone that works on this game is more important than the other team. This was a big tension in Naughty Dog when they were working on The Last of Us and Uncharted 3 at the same time, and how that all shook out. And it wasn't great for them. That's why they went back to really one game at a time for a while. So I don't necessarily want to see Sony embrace a farm league team situation, because that requires like a hierarchy that will be too tempting for people to jump, and people will get upset and they'll know they're working on the B or C team. And I don't think that's conducive to a good environment, but I think that they should employ people that are passionate about certain tasks and don't have a problem taking one for the team, as it were, to remaster an old game while the team works on something new. That's different, but I wouldn't necessarily want to organize it based on talent or something like that. What do you think, Chris?
Yeah, I think I pretty much agree with that entirely. Like, I don't know if I care too much to see this type of system make its way into Sony's ecosystem. I just feel like it just leads to this weird psychology at the developer, and it's just like, it's almost like one team is the penalization team, where it's like, oh, you're not good enough to get here, so it's like, grind out here for a little bit and then we'll see. And it's like, that's not really a good dynamic to have at any developer. I do think Insomniac is very good at managing multiple projects, but I don't think they do it in that way. I think they're just
they also have two places, a continent apart from each other, that work on these games separately. So it's like different. Like, people understand that if they work at Insomniac in North Carolina, they're probably not going to get the biggest work. The sacrifice is that you don't have to live in California, or although they allow remote work, it doesn't even matter anymore. But that was kind of the old way it went. So, Dustin, do you have anything to add to this?
I'm just perfectly fine with IPs going away. Like, we don't need to create additional teams just to make sure we get a new, Sly Cooper or we don't need. It's okay for things to go away for even potentially a decade at a time. Like, I just don't have a problem with that, because when it comes back, it makes it so much better. It's been gone for so long. There's been a huge jump in technology at that point. So, yeah, I think 100%. That having and creating teams just to make these B or C level games just doesn't make any sense to me. I'm totally happy with letting things rest for a bit.
Yeah, I think it's a good way of looking at it. Like, I like the idea of people being inside Sony family studios, being archivists and remastering and doing all these things, but it should just be a pipeline. It shouldn't be a set of teams that rove. Like, if that's what you're passionate about, then you should work on that stuff at one of the teams that requires that, and then let everyone else be creative. and make more teams, make new teams. You don't need to have the special sauce of Naughty Dog isn't necessarily replicated by having them work on 2 games. You can't necessarily do that. And so you got to make new things, and we should embrace that as well. So anyway, nice thinking though. Appreciate you writing in. Who is that? Anthony Maltese. Thank you for writing in. All right. That's all we have for this episode of Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is going to be a long one, I think. People, like I told you, it's going to be as long as it needs to be. How many times do I have to say it? Chris, do you have any closing comments before we go?
Oh, no, I'm just excited to be cast in the next Tomb Raider game.
It's exciting.
Because I clearly blew out
Nailed
every
it.
audition.
You are a convincing British lesbian, and we appreciate your hard work. Dustin, closing comments.
I wanted to say thanks to the people that said hi to Ben and I when we were in Cleveland for like a retro gaming thing. I did have one really funny interaction where I went up to a table and was scrolling, looking through some games. The guy was like, "I'm sorry, sir." And I was like, "Oh, what did I do wrong?" He's like, "We just sold our last copy of Balan Wonderworld." And I was like, So he was he was a listener, so that was cool. And he totally caught me off guard when he did that. So that was very cool. But it was a good time. I think tonight, since I don't know, maybe I've had too good of a day. I'm gonna watch Final Fantasy VII Advent Children since I heard it's terrible. But I'm just curious. I need to know.
Yeah, well, that's fair enough. Good for you. Good luck. Godspeed. Thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support of all things Last Stand Media and Sacred Symbols. Support us on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. Find us on YouTube and podcast services, etc. and so on. Merch, laststandmedia.store. I think that's pretty much it. We'll see you next time for more Sacred Symbols Plus, and all things Last Stand. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.